Okay, we're good to go.
Very good. So we're off the record, but before I go on the record, does anyone have any questions about this proceedings that they want to discuss unofficially off the record? Okay, I don't see anyone. Does anyone have any concerns they want to raise? All right, I think we're ready to go. Let's go on the record then. Good morning, everyone. Today is Thursday, March 18th, 2021, and this is the second day of evidentiary hearings in the case of a petition filed with the Department of Public Utilities by NStar Electric Company, DBA Eversource Energy. I will refer to NStar as the company. The petition has been docketed as D.P.U 20-67. My name is Robert Shea. I am an attorney with the Siting Division of the Department of Public Utilities, and I am the hearing officer in this proceeding. Also with me today on the virtual bench are Andrew Green, the Director of the Siting Division, Dean Hazel, the Assistant Director of the Siting Division, John Young, the Technical Director of the Siting Division, and Wayne Wang, a Technical Analyst of the Siting Division, and the Siting Division's newest member, Joanna Yellen, who is also a Technical Analyst. Not on the call right now is Joan Foster Evans, but who is our General Counsel, but she may join us later. Today is the second day of evidentiary hearings in this docket, which we are conducting remotely via video conferencing. The company's counsel and witnesses are appearing remotely, as are the department staff. Accordingly, I apologize in advance for any technical difficulties that we may encounter in the course of these hearings. In order to provide the public with access to this evidentiary hearing, similar to attending the hearing in person at the department's offices, we have arranged for members of the public to view and listen via YouTube. I will now ask the counsel for the company identify themselves. Counsel for the company. Yeah, your mute is on.
Good morning, Catherine Cuthan and Cheryl Blaine on behalf of Eversource Electric.
Thank you. Is there anyone else participating other than the witnesses and the stenographer who's not been introduced? Seeing none, I'll say before we proceed, I would like to note that consistent with our usual practice for department hearings, there is a stenographer present who will provide a formal written record of this hearing. To ensure that everyone participating today will be able to understand all other speakers, I ask that everyone speak clearly and reasonably slowly. It is important that people speak one at a time and do not speak over one another. Finally, I believe that counsel and all of my department colleagues have my personal cell phone number. If anyone has an urgent need to contact me because of technical problems, does not want to interrupt the speaker, please text me. If any member of the public is having a technical problem, please text Mr. Green, the host of this meeting, at 857-200-0065. That's 857-200-0065. I have scheduled a 15-minute break at 11:30, a 1-hour lunch break at 1 p.m., and another 15-hour break at 3:30. During the breaks, we will post a slide containing information about the proceeding to the Zoom. I would like to conclude today by 4:30. If anyone needs to take an additional break, please let me know. Please note that I will swear the witnesses. The company is then free to conduct direct examination. Thereafter, the department staff will conduct cross-examination. The company may conduct redirect examination if it so desires. The company has provided a draft exhibit list. Once the examination of the witnesses has been concluded, I will ask for a motion to move the exhibits marked for identification purposes into the record. I will entertain any objection to the admissibility of evidence at that time. Now I want to get on the record the name of each of today's witnesses. Therefore, I ask that the witnesses introduce themselves to the court reporter and please spell your last name. Each witness. Why don't we start with Mr. Jones?
Or Keith Jones with Eversource, last name Jones.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Burnham.
David Burnham with Eversource, last name Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Burnham. Mr. Ludwig.
Daniel Ludwig with Eversource. Last name is Ludwig.
Thank you, sir. Elizabeth Leonard.
Elizabeth Leonard with Eversource Energy. Last name is Leonard.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. Mr. Andrew.
Robert Andrew with Eversource Energy, ANDREW.
Thank you. Ms. Keithan, are there any other witnesses that are going to be heard today?
Mr. Soderman will be heard later today. I'm not sure if he is here right now to be sworn in.
Okay, when Mr. Soderman, before he speaks, I'll have to swear him in. So when he comes on, maybe you could just bring my attention to that, or I don't want to interrupt anyone's questioning, but I do need to swear him, put him under oath before he speaks. I'd like to administer the oath to all the witnesses on this Zoom video conference. As a result, the testimony of each witness will be given under oath. So please raise your right hand and unmute yourself so I can hear you. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give in this proceeding be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
Yes, I do.
Let the record reflect that all the witnesses have been sworn. And I'll turn the matter over now to Ms. Keithan for direct examination.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll start with Mr. Andrew. Mr. Andrew, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Sure. Robert D. Andrew, please call me Bob, 780 North Commercial Street, Manchester, New Hampshire, 03101. I am Director of System Solutions with Eversource.
Thank you. And what has been your role on behalf of the Carver-to-Kingston Transmission Reliability Project?
Working with other people from Eversource, National Grid, and ISO New England staff, primarily on the needs and solutions studies to justify the project.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes,
And do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Burnham, please. Could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address?
My name is David Burnham. I'm with Eversource Energy. My business address is 56 Prospect Street in Hartford, Connecticut.
And what is your position with Eversource Energy?
I am the manager of ISO policy and economic analysis.
What has been your role on behalf of the Carver-to-Kingston Transmission Reliability Project?
I primarily oversaw the assessment of non-transmission alternatives.
And on what topics are you prepared to testify in this proceeding?
Topics related to non-transmission alternatives and cost.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all the materials that were provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Burnham. Next, Mr. Jones, please. Mr. Jones, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address?
Sure. I am Keith L. Jones, associated with Eversource Energy, 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Eversource Energy?
I'm a principal engineer in the distribution system planning group.
And what has been your role on behalf of the company for this project?
Along with the other witnesses, have been supporting the project need and evaluation of alternatives.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to those materials?
No.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Next, Mr. Ludwig. Could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address?
My name is Daniel Ludwig. I'm employed by Eversource Energy. My business address is 247 Station Drive in Westwood, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Eversource Energy?
I'm the manager of the sales and the revenue forecasting group.
What has been your role on behalf of Eversource Energy for the Carver-to-Kingston Transmission Reliability Project?
I assisted in the development of the needs section of the petition.
And in addition to need, are there other topics on which you are prepared to testify or in this proceeding?
So I could testify to any items related to the load forecast that was presented in this petition.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name?
I do not.
Do you adopt all the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Ludwig. Next, Ms. Leonard. Could you please state your name, position, and business address?
My name is Elizabeth Leonard. I am a senior engineer in the System Planning Group at 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with the company?
I'm a senior engineer in the System Planning Group.
I'm sorry, you said that.
That's okay.
For what sections of the company's petition are you responsible?
In conjunction with the other witnesses, I'm responsible for needs and project alternatives.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these subjects prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to any of the materials previously provided to offer for the record?
Yes, I do have one change. It is for response EFSB PA-3. There was a typo. The 171 line should be corrected to read the 117 line.
Thank you. Do you adopt all the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about the updates regarding the need for the project that have occurred since the company's petition was filed. What analyses form the basis for the determination that the project is needed?
There were 3 studies discussed in the petition that recognized the need for the project. The need for the project was first detected by the ISO New England Working Group evaluating transmission needs in the Southeast Massachusetts and Rhode Island area, which is referred to as SEMA, Rhode Island, and was among the needs identified in the SEMA, Rhode Island area 2026 Needs Assessment Report, issued in May 2016, which was provided as Appendix H. The needs assessment was based on load forecasts from the 2015 CELT report, C-E-L-T. The preliminary preferred solutions to meet the needs identified in the needs assessment were memorialized in the SEMA, Rhode Island area 2026 solution study, initially issued in February of 2017, and then substantially revised in the March 2017 by ISO New England, a copy of which was provided as Appendix I. ISO New England updated this needs assessment in April of 2020 in a presentation to the Planning Advisory Committee, which was provided as Appendix K. The April 2020 update was based on load forecast from the 2019
So lower or load forecast?
load.
Thank you.
Was based on load forecast from the 2019 CELT. In addition, the company confirmed the need for the project based on the company's 2020 system planning forecast for the Plymouth district. This was provided as Appendix L.
You just noted that in the petition, the company provided its 2020 system planning forecast. Has the company developed a 2021 Eversource system planning forecast for the Plymouth district? And if so, has the company looked at it to determine the need for the project?
Yes, the company reviewed the project need based on the 2021 Eversource system planning forecast for the Plymouth district. While the 2021 forecast for 2029 is down slightly from the 2020 forecast at about 3%, the need for the project remains, with overloads on the 117 and the 191 lines close to 120%, which is similar to those listed in Table 7 of the petition. Low voltages also remain, similar to the ones detailed in Table 8 of the petition.
Thank you. Have there also been updates to the May 2016 SEMA Rhode Island needs assessment since the company's petition was filed?
Yes, since the petition was filed, ISO New England updated its needs assessment of the SEMA Rhode Island area to take into account the decrease in forecasted loads and other study assumption changes in the study area since the SEMA Rhode Island 2026 solution study was completed. ISO New England also evaluated whether transmission projects that were chosen as solutions in the SEMA Rhode Island 2026 solution study but have not yet been constructed are still needed to solve any criteria violations identified in the SEMA Rhode Island study area for the year 2029. The results of the updated study were memorialized in a revised SEMA Rhode Island 2029 needs assessment update dated October 2020, which was provided as Exhibit D.P.U-N-10-1. I note that the record also contains the July 2020 PAC presentation, which used load forecast from the 2020 CELT report. That PAC presentation was provided as Exhibit DPU-N-11-1.
What are the major updates of relevance to the project used in the October 2020 revised SEMA Rhode Island 2029 needs assessment update that you provided as Exhibit DPU-N-10(1)?
First, as I mentioned, the October 2020 needs assessment update used the forecast from the 2020 CELT report, which were the most recent forecasts available. In addition, 2 offshore wind interconnections in the SEMA Rhode Island area were modeled as in service in the cases used for the analysis. This included Vineyard Wind at 160 megawatts and Revolution Wind at 120 megawatts.
Could you please summarize the findings of the October 2020 needs assessment update that are relevant to the Carver-to-Kingston project?
Table 4-4 on page 19 of the update contains the N-1 voltage results, which show that low voltage violations at the Brook Street substation remain under the updated forecast.
And just for the record, could you describe the term that you just used, voltage violation?
Yes, when the voltage at a substation 115 kV or 345 kV bus drops below 0.95 per unit or goes higher than 1.05 per unit, it is a violation of the voltage criteria set forth in the ISO New England Technical Planning Guide. Low voltages can occur at substations when contingencies create long radial lines supplying large quantities of load. Low voltage can cause damage to both substation equipment as well as customer equipment.
You also mentioned thermal overloads. Could you briefly describe what thermal overloads are?
Yes, thermal overloads occur when the amount of power flowing through a particular transmission element, such as an overhead line, is greater than the rating of the line.
And what is the consequence of these thermal overloads?
Well, simply put, if a line is overloaded beyond its long time emergency rating, system dispatchers may need to shed some load to bring the system back in compliance with operating criteria and to prevent equipment damage.
Does the October 2020 needs assessment update still show the thermal overloads that were identified in the original needs assessment filed with the petition?
No, ISO New England did not find that those overloads still exist. However, the Eversource system planning forecast for the Plymouth district shows that under contingency conditions, overloads still exist and they are at levels similar to the original 2026 needs assessment. The company's planning forecast also shows significant low voltages under contingency conditions at all the buses in the Kingston load pocket. The company's forecast shows thermal overloads and low voltages that are not found in the ISO New England study is because the company uses more granular load forecasts for the area and area-specific energy efficiency assumptions.
How do the company's forecasts compare to the actual loads in the Kingston load pocket?
The 2020 peak load forecast for the Kingston load pocket for the year 2020 was 166 megawatts. The actual summer peak load in the Kingston load pocket was 154 megawatts in 2019 and 165.2 megawatts in 2020. As noted on page 5 of the petition and the company's response to information request EFSB-N-13, respectively. These loads already reached are close to the company's load forecast for 2029, which is 172.2 megawatts. Furthermore, it is worth noting that these are actual peak loads. When comparing actual peak loads to forecast peak loads, the peak load is commonly weather normalized because the forecast is based on a 90-10 load condition, which occurs 1 out of every 10 years. However, in this case, because the actual peak was so close to the forecast, no adjustments were made for the weather. If weather normalized, the load would be even greater.
Lastly, Ms. Leonard, is the project still needed based on the most recent studies?
Yes, absolutely. While the most recent ISO SELT forecast show a decrease in load, the company's analysis shows that thermal overloads and voltage violations still remain under contingency conditions, even with a slight decrease in the load forecast for the Kingston load pocket. Thus, the company remains confident that its load forecast is well-founded and accurate.
Thank you very much. The company's witness panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. I think that Mr. Young has a question.
Yes, I do. It's a little on the administrative side, just with respect to Ms. Leonard's testimony right there. Ms. Leonard, would you refer to exhibit D.P.U-PA-3?
Is that PA as in Peter? P?
Yes, David.
Thank you.
I don't actually have a copy of that in front of me. If you give me 1 sec, I can pull it up. Okay, Ms. Young.
I think the first thing that you stated was a correction from a line 171 to a line 117, and I don't remember everything you said, but is this the exhibit that you were referring to where you were correcting a line 171 and saying that it was 117 instead?
Yes, it's response PA3. It's under.
No, I have that exhibit.
Okay.
You had identified it as EFSB PA-3, I think, and you meant DPU-PA-3. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's actually 2 instances where it says line 171 in the response, and you mean for both of those occurrences? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The last question I had on that is that it says the person responsible is Elizabeth Johnson, who's also on the team. Is that a mistake, or are you answering for her?
I was correcting the record on behalf of Ms. Johnson.
Okay, all right. So that just administrative things. I wanted to get those straight before we go on to more interesting questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our first subject today will be need. Just before we go to that, though, I recognize the last person who was questioning when we last met was Mr. Hazel. Mr. Hazel, I assume that you finished all of your questioning for Tuesday. Do you have any others?
I might have some follow-up questions on Mr. Wong's examination today, but nothing on environmental topics.
Okay, so you're done. All right, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't cut you off prematurely on Tuesday. Next, we'll go to the need questions, and Wayne Wang is our first questioner.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. I appreciate, Ms. Leonard, your explanation to start. So I'm going to bump up a couple questions based off of what you talked about. I had an order already set, but I'll ask some questions. But one more thing before that, Mr. Arsenault, I think there was one more reference to an exhibit that started with EFSB where it should be D.P.U corrected later, I think. But anyway,
Mr. Wong, why don't we do that up officially and ask David Arsenault if he could find a reference to EFSB and then ask the witness if that should be a DPU.
Okay. Mr. Arsenault, Could you find that for us?
Okay, so let me go off the record, find the citations, and I'm gonna come back on, okay?
All right,
Okay.
we'll be off the record now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So the first one, I think we've already addressed, EFSBPA-3, there was a typo, 171 should be corrected to 117. I think that's what Mr. Young referenced already.
That's the one I got. And then
Yeah, okay,
I don't know
so,
if it's the same site, but
right.
but Wayne says there's another one.
Yes, as noted on page 5 of the petition and the company's response to information requests, EFSB N-13 respectively.
Yep. So
So go,
should that be corrected to DPU N-13?
we
for the record.
want to ask that. We want to go on the record. To ask
We
that.
can go on the record, but before we
Yeah,
do, I want to see if there's any others.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, David.
Okay, so I've marked that one as something to look at. And I think that's the only other ones. So hold on a second before we go back on. May I suggest that the way to do this is for me to read the answer and ask, and then have you ask if the answer I just read needs to be corrected to DPU, so we have a precise citation.
Okay.
Okay,
perfect.
that's fine, Mr. Arsenault. Why don't we go back on the record and you can read the answer.
Okay, I can't write and read, so, but I will mark that this is where this is in the transcript.
Thank you.
The answer was the 2020 peak load for the Kingston load pocket for the year 2020 was 166 megawatts. The actual summer peak load in the Kingston load pocket was 154 megawatts in 2019 and 165.2 megawatts in 2020. As noted on page 5 of the petition and in the company's response to information request EFSB EFSB-N-13 respectively. So having read that, I will start to write now. Give me a second to organize this. Answer read. And if you can take it over, Mr. Shea or Mr. Wang, whoever.
Okay. So with regard to that answer, could the company confirm whether the exhibit should be DPU N-13 instead?
Yes, it should be.
Thank you. So I'm gonna start questioning with the question. So I'm gonna preface all my questions with this, that I know everyone has a niche area that they are responsible for, but my questions are directed broadly at the entire panel. So if anyone thinks that they have the right answer, please feel free to chime in whenever. Okay, so the first question I have is with regard to the changes in the April 2020 and April 2020 update to the needs assessment and the difference that was seen in the July 2020 presentation and the November 2029 needs assessment published. I'd like to point the company to information request DPU N-13 first. If you're ready, let me know.
Okay, I have that reference.
Perfect. One quick question before that. You did talk about the July 2020 presentation and the November 2020 needs assessment as two separate publications. I want to confirm whether the July 2020 largely is reflective of the November 2020 publication?
The July 2020 presentation is reflective, but I believe the report was issued in October of 2020.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so that's clear. In the information request response D.P.U. N13, the company provides some insight into the difference between the forecast for the 2020 CELT report and the 2019 CELT report. Could you tell me specifically what differences might have led to the Kingston voltage violation being dropped between those two forecast numbers? Because to be clear, in the April 2020 presentation, the Kingston station and the Brook Street substation needs were still observed, but in the July 2020 presentation and the October 2020 publication, it was only Brook Street that remained. Could you briefly tell me why that would be the case?
Well, part of the reason is that there was a change, as you noted. The April presentation and study work was based on the 2019 CELT, and then the July and the subsequent follow-up report was based on the 2020 CELT. So there was some shifting in load, not just an increase between the 2019 CELT and the 2020 CELT for 2029, but there was actually some. You can't just look at it as a simple increase for the load pocket because it varied by actual substations. So we'd have to take a look at the specifics for the Kingston substation and look at the load and compare it to see if it changed there. And also the overall flows would have changed in the load pocket slightly because again, it's when we provided the data from the CELT, it's for the overall load pocket, but every individual substation had slight changes in load, slight increases or decreases. So that could have led to, it was a very marginal low voltage. When I say that, I believe it was in the range of 0.94. And, they typically, anything 0.95 and above, they don't report as a violation.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. That sort of dovetails into my next question, which was, is a voltage, so from what I understand what you said, correct me if I'm wrong, is that a load voltage problem isn't always exacerbated by an increase in the forecast of a CELT report.
That's correct.
Okay. And just so we're on the same page, the projected load did increase from the 2019 CELT report to the 2020 CELT report. Is that right?
Yes, it increased slightly, about 6 megawatts.
Okay. So that clears that up. So this, you might have already answered this in talking about the changes in the flow of the load, but just so I can understand a little bit more, would there have been a change in methodology for calculating? I do understand that these, you wouldn't want to change the methodology for a particular need, but do you think that would have been the case here? I'm understand. In asking this question, I think I've sort of answered myself, but could you humor me and tell me if there could be a change, for example, not for this project, if there was a change in methodology of calculating need, that it would change the voltage violation of a particular area?
If there was a change in, say, contingencies considered from one analysis to another, or if there was a change in the criteria from one analysis to another. But in this case, they used the same contingencies and did not make any criteria changes as well between the two reports.
Perfect, thank you. And since we were on the topic of the how a SELT report gets to individual load pockets, I'd like to talk about that a little bit more. I don't think we need a site for that, but if we do, when we get to the question, when we get further along in the question, let me know and I'll point you to a particular table that I'm looking at. So in general, well, let's take that back. So does the SELT report provide system-wide load forecasts, or does it come down to individual substations as well, or sub areas?
The SELT report is based on a New England area. It's also based on a state level, and it is based on several load zones, such as the SEMA Rhode Island load area. It also is used to feed what we call the substation specific load forecast that ISO New England using the SELT forecast in their modeling system does end up assigning a specific load to every substation bus.
So just so I can understand a little bit more, and also be clear that we're not going to go into the CII information.
Into the what? Into the what information?
CEII.
Oh, see, thank you.
Yeah. How does ISO attribute load to each substation based off of the SELT report? Is it apportioned by some historical performance, or what would that look like?
It's actually based on the portion of load that the transmission owner assigns to a particular substation. So every year, transmission owners like Eversource are required to submit to the ISO forecast data on an individual substation basis. And the ISO assigns a certain percentage of the overall load to, say, in Eastern Mass to Eversource. Say 20% of the total load for Massachusetts is assigned to the SEMA Rhode Island area. They'll look at then they'll further break it down, and they'll look at how much load we assign in the SEMA Rhode Island area to a particular bus, such as Kingston Station. Maybe we assign 3% of the total load in SEMA Rhode Island to the Kingston bus. So when they come up with their SELT forecast, they're going to break it down. They're going to take 3% of their forecast for the area and apply it to the Kingston bus.
Perfect. And from what I understand, just listening and reading, is that this does not necessarily match up with what Eversource would forecast for the area.
That's correct. It doesn't necessarily match up. That's correct.
Okay.
If I can add a point, one of the important things is the ISO is modeling ISO peak conditions. So when they ask us for our loads, our substation loads, they ask us for loads that happen coincident with the ISO New England peak, right? Which may be a number lower than the substation or the area's individual peak. But that's one of the big things is ISO via the SELT process is modeling the New England peak condition, not necessarily the peak conditions within a sub area of the system.
Mm-hmm. So, Mr. Andrew, thank you for clarifying that. So when Ms. Leonard says that, for example, Eversource attributes a portion to this particular substation, ISO is asking for a particular point in time when that percentage is the case.
Right, coincident with their peak conditions happening.
Thank you.
Mr. Wong, can I ask a quick follow-up question?
Yeah, go ahead.
On page 21 of the petition, table 2, the title of table 2 is forecasted summer peak 2026 loads based on the 2015 CELT report. And I just want to make the connection, or I'd like you to confirm that, you know, the process that Ms. Leonard and Mr. Andrew just described about sort of apportioning, you know, percentages of the coincident peak, if that's what is implied by the phrase based on the 2015 CELT report.
Yes, that the
Yeah.
gross load shown there
The
is
gross-
based, the gross,
Thank you.
GROSS, shown is based on the coincident system peak, as Mr. Andrew mentioned.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That answers my question.
Okay. I did catch a couple more things in your cross-examination, direct testimony, sorry. So just to confirm, the two offshore wind projects that have been modeled, this was in the 2020 CELT report, right?
I need the date.
The 2020 CELT report. So just to give that more context, in discussing the October 2020 needs assessment update, Ms. Leonard also talked about it in being different from the April 2020 presentation for the update, in that there are 2 offshore wind projects that are modeled as being on. And I was wondering if this modeling was baked into the 2020 CELT report, which would explain its difference from the April 2020 presentation, which is based off of the 2019 CELT report.
When I referred to the offshore wind generators as being included, that they're included in the load flow cases themselves. So the actual generators would have been there modeled and would have been in service when we conducted, or when ISO New England conducted their analysis, as well as when we conducted ours.
Yeah, I think the criteria for including a generator into a study is that they have an approved system impact study. And so I think that the difference from the original study timeframe, the offshore wind plants did not have those approved studies, so they were not within any of the scope of the cases that were set up. When ISO redid their analysis, one of the things they were looking to do is see if any of the changes that took place through time affected the outcome. And so 2 of the changes in the general area were the fact that the 2 offshore wind facilities had approved system impact studies and were then included into the scope of the analysis.
Okay, so I must have misunderstood. I thought between the April 2020 report and the July 2020 / October 2020 final update that the offshore wind projects were included in between. But you're saying that it was between the 2026 needs assessment and the 2029 needs assessment update that change was incorporated into ISO's analysis. Is that right?
Subject to Ms. Leonard correcting me, I believe that's right.
Okay, I'll wait for Ms. Leonard to say if it's right.
Sorry, unmute. It was modeled in the both the April update they had done in 2020 and the July update in 2020 as well. The major difference between when they ran those two analysis was the change in the SALT report was the major difference, I think.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Leonard.
And in addition, they also ran some sensitivities in that July analysis having to do with various areas such as the Cape. Getting to Bob's point about area loads, they looked at it on a more granular level, similar to our forecast, because it does peak differently than the overall New England wide peak.
Thank you. Mr. Andrew, did you have something else to say, or was I misreading?
No, it's,
Thank you.
I'm good. Thank you.
So since we're talking about the offshore wind projects, I want to quickly point the company to its information request response to D.P.U. PA1. I'll give you a couple seconds to get there. Just signal to me when you're ready. Ms. Leonard, you look like you're ready. Okay. So this is slightly related. I don't think it's completely related, but in the information request response, the company describes the additional line being the project as providing an additional 115 kilovolt path to carry larger flows expected from offshore wind and distributed energy resources from the south to the north in Massachusetts. How would the company, let me bring that back. So are there any specific offshore wind or DER projects on the horizon that the company might be referring to, or is this based off of a general feel of the goals of the state?
It specifically was dealing with several QP projects that at the time did not have their PPA or their I-39 approval, such as Vineyard Wind 2. We had done some additional analysis and just in general saw the flows come from the south up into our Carver substation and having another line out of Carver going to the north. We noticed that it provides assistance to those resources to the south.
Could you, I know what PPA is. Could you tell me what QP means?
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Q position.
Q position. Okay.
The ISO New England interconnection queue. And so when an applicant comes in with a project and puts their deposit down and requests a study, they are given the next sequential number. And then projects are, end up being labeled as QP-1000 or whatever the next number is.
Thank you. And there was I-39. What is that?
Well, under tariff section I.3.9, we're required to analyze changes to the system to ensure there's no adverse impact to the electric system. And that's also known as a PPA, proposed plan application. And so when changes are studied and approved, they're packaged into a PPA, which is then taken to the various committees at the ISO, principally the Reliability Committee, and given approval, the ISO then issues a PPA approval letter to the applicant that you may go ahead and modify the system in the way you propose. Unfortunately, we kind of use PPA and I-39 interchangeably, and that may be the cause of some confusion, but they are the same process under the ISO New England tariff.
Okay. I guess I don't see that as unfortunate. Do you have another reason why it would be unfortunate, or is that because of
No,
the
just confusion. Call it,
Okay.
when you have one thing and you call it two different names, that doesn't necessarily lead to clarity all the time.
Thank you. So this is another just a general question on that benefit. So in one of the other IRs, information requests, sorry, that we sent to the company, we asked about the Duxbury load pocket benefit and whether that was in addition to the need. Would you characterize the additional path carrying expected offshore wind from Vineyard Wind 2 as a benefit or as building on the need of this project?
I would characterize it as an added benefit to the basic need for the project.
Okay.
Yes, I think I can add to that a little bit. In fact, just yesterday at the ISO New England Planning Advisory Committee meeting, the ISO reported out on a study with some system impacts, if you will, of interconnecting more and more offshore wind from the offshore wind areas south of the Vineyard and the Cape. And this is one of the general issues that's coming up, that since we are now bringing a lot of generation into the South Shore of Massachusetts and Rhode Island and Connecticut, for it to serve load, it has to now travel across the existing transmission system northward to Boston and beyond. And these were not flow configurations that we had previously. And so this is starting to reveal some conditions that are going to need to be corrected in the transmission system if that's the direction we're truly going to move in, is to bring thousands of megawatts of offshore wind into New England, from the south.
Mr. Andrew, is your point is the point that the volumes of power are greater than what was coming, because previously we had Pilgrim and Canal generating more consistently or at all. So that was south to north. Is the difference in the exact positioning of where the power is coming from, or are you just saying that now we're anticipating a much higher amount, and that's why you have to re-examine the capacity of the system in that direction?
Yes, well, it's a combination. I think what they're finding is that, yes, offshore wind can displace generation that would have been produced by Pilgrim and Canal and potentially even the Four River, plants. But one of the other impacts that they reported out yesterday is on our cables from Stoughton to K Street. And if you look at that, I personally feel some of that impact it's exacerbated by the retirement of the Mystic plants. So there are a lot of different moving pieces taking place, so that there are multiple factors to come into play. But yes, in general, we're going to be moving large amounts of power from the south, I'll call it, of Massachusetts northward towards Boston and potentially even beyond. And that's putting strains on parts of the system that didn't see them previously.
With respect to the Kingston sub area, is that exact location between Pilgrim and Canal and the offshore plants relevant, or is that electrically distant or the topology different? So you're really just talking about the amount of power coming up rather than exactly where it is or other characteristics.
Okay, I think it's due to two factors. One is the amount of power, but what you also have is large quantities of power, flow across the 345 kV system. So when we have 345 contingencies, that power reroutes down to the 115 system. And the lines we're discussing here are parts of the 115 system. And so what happens is if that 115 infrastructure is not robust enough, the 345 contingencies can cause overloads on the 115 lines as it reroutes around the contingencies that have happened.
I understand that point. I was just wondering if it's just a sheer bulk of how much power is going south to north, or if there's finer points about the
I think
its distribution.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. The bulk just makes it worse as we go up in there. I mean, today it is not as big of a problem because the units are not there.
Thanks. I may have a little more related to this, but I'm going much later. I'd like to give Mr. Wong a chance to go with his own sequence. Thanks.
So one more thing about the and Mr. Young, don't worry about that. Like I'm asking my questions in different sequence, but so one more thing that Ms. Leonard talked about in the cross-examination was the 2021 forecast and its similarities to the 2021 Eversource system planning forecast and its similarities to the 2020 Eversource system planning forecast, at least in its result to the thermal violation and voltage violation conditions. I'd like to know a little bit more about that. So I want to refer everyone to table 7 and 8 of the petition, which is on page 27. I'll wait for everyone to be there first. Okay, so I understood that table 7, when Ms. Leonard said that it was similar, is that both 191 and 117 would still have thermal loading issues. And is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you had said that table 8 was largely similar. Do you mean that all the buses are the same, or would there be a certain bus that is non-existent, that doesn't exist if it was based off of the 2021 Eversource forecast?
No, they would all still be on the list as having low voltage violations. That there would be some minor adjustments to the actual low voltage level.
Okay. But
they'd still be significantly low.
So my other question is, I appreciate Ms. Leonard, you providing that information. Is the company's intent to also provide the updated tables, or would that be too much of an ask, or could you do that for us?
No, we could definitely provide updates to table 7 and 8 with the 2021 forecast as a record request, I guess.
Wonderful. And while you're doing that, could you also provide table 6 as well?
Yes, that's no problem.
Thank you. And
just for the record.
Hold on, Mr. Shea.
Okay, sure.
So part of that might be we might have to get an update of Appendix L. Do you think that's necessary? Because Appendix L provides the Eversource forecast for 2020 in its entirety. I wanted to see if that whole record request can just capture all of that. I'm fine with just the 2020 forecast, but since it was offered, I guess we should get the 2021 forecast as well. So, Mr. Shea, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. For the record, that's record request RR-DPU-13. And I'd just like to Just make it clear to me what's being asked. Updates to table 6, and what was the other table?
7 and 8, and also Appendix L to reflect the 2021 Eversource system planning forecast.
Thank you. It's RR-DPU-13.
Mr. Wong, may I ask a quick follow-up question?
Go ahead.
Ms. Leonard, I am curious to know whether the overloads listed in Table 7 and the voltage violations listed in Table 8 correspond to the same contingencies that are described in the SEMA Rhode Island 2029 needs assessment update that was issued in November of 2020.
I can't say that for certain without taking a further look at the analysis.
Okay, I'd just ask that as a separate record request then, that without listing this specific contingencies, which are CEII, I'd like the company to confirm whether the thermal overloads listed in Table 7 and the voltage violations listed in Table 8 are for the same contingencies that are described in the 2029 needs assessment update, which was issued in November of 2020.
Just one clarification on that, because the ISO updated needs assessment did not identify thermal overloads. These were, I think, originally compared with the original 2026 analysis that was done that identified the thermal overloads.
Okay. Yes, I guess if that's the sort of relevant analog, then you could just say whether the contingencies that are causing these overloads are the same or if they're different.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, for the record, that's record request RR-DPU-14.
Mr. Hazel, if I could clarify that question really quickly.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Do you mean the contingencies, like the list of contingencies that the system is being tested on, or do you mean particular contingencies pertaining to this line, like certain lines going offline, or do you mean like a list of contingencies that they run in modeling thermal overloads and voltage violations?
I'm interested to know if the particular contingencies that cause these overloads are the same or different.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have one more question about sort of load forecasting, and it sounds like Eversource has prepared a 2021 forecast, based on your own information. When is the 2021 CELT forecast? When do you expect the 2021 CELT forecast would be published?
It's usually in the April timeframe, April, May.
The formal publication is targeted for May 1st. I don't know if that falls on a Sunday or not, but the load forecast itself was again presented yesterday at the Planning Advisory Committee, and the load forecasting group considers it basically final pending any written comments from people's reviews. So the numbers are out there in the public domain. They are subject to some adjustments if people have some comments, but by May 1st, they would be final.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. That's all on that topic for me.
Since we're on the topic of CELT forecasts and their differences, I'd like to point the company back to its response to D.P.U. N-13. If you could pull that up real quick.
Okay, I have it.
Yeah. So in that response, the multi-part response, the company describes the observed growth in the Kingston load pocket and provides its estimated compound annual growth rate for that load pocket. Could you, so the outcome in response A, the outcome of these forecasts look very different between the cell forecast and the Eversource system planning forecast. From the Eversource system planning forecast had it growing by 0.5%, while the cell forecast had the compound annual growth decreasing by 3.5%. Could you give a simple overview as to why there would be that big of a difference between two econometric forecasts?
I'm going to refer that to my colleague, Mr. Ludwig.
Sure, I can comment to that. So as we wrote in the response, we believe the major difference is the ISO is allocating a much larger portion of EE and solar PV to that region. In addition to that, there's also the issue that Mr. Andrews spoke of the ISO peak occurring at an earlier hour compared to the peak that we observe for this region, which is a little bit later in the day. With that said, we don't have necessarily a definitive answer of it's this, but what we do know is when you look at the results and see the compound growth rate declining 3.5% annually, resulting in a 40+% difference in the forecast, it really starts to make you question what that ISO forecast is doing by the end of the forecast period. When you mention the word econometric, the econometric piece, it's simply looking at historical actuals and then projecting those out into the future. Our forecast is looking at the history, which is growing roughly at about 0.5% and is forecasting a roughly equivalent growth rate of 0.5% into the future. Whereas the ISO forecast is declining by 3.5% annually, which is just something that the historical data for that time period just has not seen.
Mr. Young, you look like you had something to say.
Mr. Ludwig, do you have solid information enough to say that this region is more residential than New England as a whole, that there's less commercial or office or industrial load in the area?
I cannot say that with certainty, but I would say that's a fair assumption to make.
And would that line up with your statement that the peak is later in the day in the load pocket than it is for New England as a whole?
Yeah, that plays into that. Yep, people returning home from work and turning up their air conditioning. Yep.
And for PV, would that mean that the efficacy of adding PV, of adding solar electricity in, is going to be more useful for an area that's got more commercial industrial with a peak earlier in the day, and less useful in an area where people are coming home towards sunset? Is that part? I mean, would you be making that argument, or am I putting stuff in your head?
I personally would never use the word useful, because that's really a matter of interpretation of what the end goal was. Solar will reduce demand during the hours where the sun is shining. As you get later in the day, solar becomes less impactful at reducing peak as the sun sets.
Well, so you can displace fuel use and have less emissions, but for our purposes here of transmission, it's going to displace less local load. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe that'd be correct. Yes.
Let's see. And then for energy efficiency, is there anything? Is is there any time of day relationship for energy efficiency?
No, there would be no time of day relationship for energy efficiency.
Okay. Let's see, I think we're talking about a, hold on just a second. I think that's what I have for you, Mr. Wong.
Okay, Mr. Ludwig, I have one more. I have a follow-up on Mr. Young's question. He asked you about the characteristics of the customer in an area and how that, what I understood was how that ties into a forecast. But what I understood from your testimony was that you look at historical, actual measured loads for your econometric forecast. Do you in fact look at the characteristics of the customers in the area, or do you just base it off of extrapolation from growth or non-growth?
So we don't explicitly look at characteristics of a region, but the drivers of all of our forecasts for this region are based off that area. So
Okay.
Implicitly, the characteristics are included in all of the data. When we forecast for this region, we use the legacy Commonwealth electric area, which I think is very characteristic of this specific load pocket. It's obviously very different than the Boston areas, which would be heavily commercial. So that area is in no way influencing our forecasting for this area of the Cape area.
Thank you. I see Mr. Green might want to say something. You're muted.
After you're done, Mr. Wong.
Oh, I have one more question that's not related to this topic that I wanted to run before the break, but if you wanted to get on this topic, please go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to follow up on the disparity between the company's own substation load forecasting and the ISO forecast that was just being mentioned with the 3.5 compound annual growth rate decline. That disparity is enormous. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that in any of our prior cases. Normally, at least, the sign of the disparity is the same. They're both positive, they're both negative. Here, they're trending in opposite directions and quite substantially. And it's hard to reconcile those two forecasts. I do understand the methodologies are different and the time period and the coincident versus non-coincident peak aspects differ, but that's still just a very large disparity. And you really need to help explain to us how those two things could possibly both be true.
Oh, that's a fair statement, and I personally am in the same boat as you. You look at that and your eyes pop out, saying, "Well, how can that be?" I will just comment. Ms. Leonard testified that we provide our transmission forecast to ISO New England, and to the best of my knowledge, ISO uses that as a guide. But at the end of the day, ISO New England is allocating their state level CELT forecast to all of the transmission owners' substation forecasts. So that's our company and that's every other electric company submitting their forecast. All we are providing is a guide. At the end of the day, the ISO New England modelers have the final say in how all of these forecasts allocate out. So it's hard for me to offer any more than that, other than we provide a guide and then they have the final say into fitting the forecast to the Massachusetts state CELT forecast. So, some areas are going to be higher, some are going to be lower. At the end of the day, I think we're talking about a relatively small load pocket for the state of Massachusetts here. And it appears this is one area where it fell short.
Well, and if I could add to Mr. Ludwig, when we look at the data from ISO New England, they actually show a gross load of 182 megawatts for the load pocket. They then proceed to take about 35 megawatt reduction for EE and another almost 30 megawatt reduction for PV. So they're going from 180 megawatts of gross load down to get the net load of 120. And I think that's why we responded. It seems like they are very aggressive with their reductions for EE and PV as compared to the reductions that would come from our forecasting group, Mr. Ludwig.
And when ISO makes those two adjustments for EE and PV, are they doing that on a localized basis that's particular to this area, or is that really just a general apportionment of the entire regions or states amounts of EE and PV?
Well, PV, they do it in two ways. They do, for the larger installations, they do site-specific reductions based on where the PV is actually located. And then the rest they would do on a particular load zone. They would attribute a certain percent to a particular bus, just based on, as you said, like the overall load zone. And the same for EE. And I don't know, Mr. Andrew, if you could word it better than I'm doing, but
Yeah, no, I've spoken with John Black, who is the manager of load forecasting at ISO New England, about some of these topics. And one of his problems is he would have to be expert on all of New England, every town, every substation, and what was being served, loads being served from that. And he says, I simply can't do that. It's just way too big. And so what they have to do is do what Betty described, where they'll take it down to load zones, and then it's kind of peanut butter, and then they spread it, on a percentage basis. When large solar units, a megawatt and above, come on the system, we submit a proposed plan application, PPA, to the ISO and show where this unit will connect into the system. And so they can take a look at the larger units like that and pinpoint it. But they have no way, if you decide to put a rooftop solar unit on your house, they have no way to keep track of at that level of detail. And so a lot of that part of the PV installation just gets spread evenly across an area.
So I'm wondering whether there may be other types of technologies involved in the disparity that we're talking about, and perhaps one of those is energy storage. Anecdotally, certainly the department and the siting board are aware of a number of battery storage projects within this load area that are rather substantial, and I believe one of them may have even cleared the forward capacity market recently, north of 150 megawatts. Would that potentially account for this, again, mismatch or disparity between the two forecasts?
I think the only way a battery unit could potentially come into that would be if it were a smaller unit that would fly under the radar screen. The large units that are in the capacity market are labeled as that and treated as that in load flow analyses. In fact, yesterday, again, the ISO went over how they were proposing to address larger battery units in future studies that are in there. So they wouldn't have an effect on the loads that are assigned to the buses unless they were a smaller unit that people had in their home somehow.
So I think what you're saying is that if a capacity resource like a battery energy storage system clears through the forward capacity market, it doesn't decrease the demand for electricity. It just is a resource available to serve that load versus, let's say, behind the meter battery storage with, say, a Tesla Powerwall at your house that may not be known in the forward capacity market.
Yes, that's correct.
But I guess I'm wondering whether the presence of a large battery unit that did clear the forward capacity market still has, in effect, the same result on the need for a transmission reliability project by providing the capacity that otherwise might be necessary through a transmission resource.
It has the potential, yes. I think if you're referring to the large unit that's interconnecting a little bit south of the Carver substation, it's actually outside of this load pocket area, but one that we're inside, would have the potential to either lessen the problem or resolve the problem. Sure.
If we were trying to establish a level of confidence that the forecasting methodology used by the company and by ISO in the CELT were comparable, perhaps based on different assumptions, but methodologically similar, and that they could be harmonized to some degree, is it possible for the company to use its methodology to essentially recreate the kinds of results that the ISO forecast did? In other words, if you were forecasting coincident peak load at the substation rather than non-coincident peak, you might see the same kinds of growth trends that ISO is seeing.
Mr. Ludwig?
I don't think that would be the case. It's I think we're talking plus or minus an hour or two, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong. It's not as if you bump up the peak an hour and all of a sudden you're going to see a significant declining trend in our forecast. I think that the peak hour impacts the level, not so much the growth in the out years. It just impacts the level.
And that's the timing difference you think that we're looking at, an hour or two between coincident peak and non-coincident peak?
I would believe that to be true, yes.
But in an hour, let's say in the afternoon, that could be the difference between solar producing electricity and solar being close to zero production.
Yeah, yes, that's correct. Yeah, so we have a solar impact in our forecast for the Eversource forecast, but as you stated, it would be greater if we bumped it out an hour.
So if we, again, wanted to try and gain as much confidence in the methodology that Eversource is proposing in its own load forecast and mesh that with ISO, could we ask the company to prepare a forecast that does look at coincident peak and does a forecast on that basis to just get some comparison between that forecast and what ISO has provided?
I mean, we could produce something, but I could say with pretty good certainty that it's still going to be nowhere near what the ISO is forecasting.
Well, I'm not sure that would diminish our interest in seeing such a forecast, and perhaps it would elicit more need for explanation or analysis, which would be fine. So unless there's a impediment in doing that type of forecast, again, for a comparison, I'd like to put that forward as a request.
All right, for the record, there will be record request RR-DPU-15. And the forecast, Mr. Green, do you want to say specifically what you're looking for?
Yeah, and I'd like any clarifying questions on it from Eversource on this as well, because I don't want to squander your efforts of running a forecast. I know that's a substantial task, but I think in my mind that the essence of it is that your forecast would be based on the substation coincident peak rather than non-coincident peak over the same forecast period that you've currently used. Are there any other aspects that you need clarification on or think would be useful?
In my mind right now, I think the major difference is going to be the output of solar being different.
But that's sort of a byproduct of coincident versus non-coincident, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I think that's the specification, Mr. Shea.
Okay, so that's the record request RR-DPU-15. Now, we are actually at 11:30 when we were going to take a break. Does anyone object if we take a break at this time for 15 minutes? I think it's important to take periodic breaks for a lot of reasons, but especially the stenographer to take stenographic transcript for an hour and a half is really quite taxing. So we'll take a 15-minute break. I've got on my 11:31, so I'll see you at 11:46. Thank you. Okay, is everyone else back on?
Our bench isn't all back.
I'm sorry?
I said our staff aren't all back here.
Staff isn't all back, okay.
Can you still hear me clearly? Should I adjust something?
I can hear you clearly.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Should we start again?
I think so. I think it's time. Oh, John Young sent me a message by Teams that he is here. He just can't get on visual. So why don't we continue where we left off?
Mr. Green?
I think I'm done with my question.
Okay, so I'm gonna continue. I had a couple follow-ups on that same vein. So before the break, we were talking about the difference between ISO New England's forecast and Eversource's system planning forecast. Sorry, I should point everyone back to the company's response to D.P.U N-13. Ms. Leonard, are you? I mean, I guess I should be looking at Mr. Ludwig again, Mr. Andrew. Sorry. So in the first paragraph of the response A, the company seems to be saying that this new significantly larger reduction in EE and PV, energy efficiency and photovoltaic cells, is a new feature to the 2020 cell forecast, which might have contributed to that huge discrepancy in forecast growth. Is that correct to say that's not what the company said?
No, that is not a new feature. The ISO has been reducing their forecasts for EE and PV for a number of years now.
Okay, but what I understood from this sentence was that it was significantly larger in the 2020 cell forecast?
It's larger than the Eversource forecast, not comparing to previous CELT forecasts necessarily.
Okay, so would we, if we were to compare different CELT forecasts of previous years, there might still be this discrepancy. Is that a correct statement?
Subject to check, that would be a correct statement, yes.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question on that. So, Mr. Ludwig, you had talked about the Eversource forecast being based on historical load levels. Is that right?
That's correct.
So in looking at historical load levels and forecasting into the future growth or lack of growth, how does the company take into account difference or like increased or decreased uptake in energy efficiencies or trends in that way? Because it's not necessarily that you can look into the past to see what's going to happen for something like that.
No, that's a very good point. And that's actually a very big difference between how Eversource forecast is and how ISO New England forecast is. ISO New England forecasts gross load. When ISO does their econometric modeling, they are modeling with an estimated historical data set. They add back in all the estimated losses for energy efficiency and for solar, which would be a gross load. When my team does the Eversource forecast, we model with the actual data. The actual data implicitly includes the energy efficiency reductions and the energy efficiency reductions. And here we are now in 2021. Energy efficiency in solar has been very significant over the past 10 years. So the data that we're modeling with already includes a very healthy amount of energy efficiency in solar. When we do our forecasts, the trend forecast that we produce implicitly includes a large amount of EE in solar because it's getting captured in all the historical data that directly feeds into our forecast. When we come up with our forecast adjustments for energy efficiency and for solar, we only are trying to capture the amount that is incrementally above and beyond what is already getting picked up in our history. All right. So that's a big distinction from what the ISO does. The ISO models with gross load. That when they get to their reductions in their forecast period, they're now subtracting off all of the historical EE along with their forecasted EE. All right. And so when it gets to the review process for us, we take a very close look at all of our forecasts in a very detailed manner. When we look at our forecasts for this particular load pocket, as we do for all of our load pockets, we look at how does the forecast line up to history, right? There should not be a dramatic kink one way up or down unless there was a reason to believe that there would be a kink. We have our solar forecast, we have our energy efficiency forecast, and we have all of our historical data. We pay very close attention to how does our forecast line up with history. We look at all the growth rates to make sure those are consistent. It's a very thorough review process that we do, making sure that our internal forecast is consistent and makes sense with history.
Thank you, Mr. Ludwig.
Can I just ask for a clarifying question there? Mr. Ludwig, you're saying that ISO uses a gross load forecasting methodology, both going back in time with historical data as well as in the future. Does the fact that they use a gross method rather than, say, a net method influence the degree of the negative growth rate that they're seeing, or is that sort of, is it not relevant?
So I could kind of give my opinion. I mean, this would be, it would be a matter of an opinion, but from my perspective, when you're doing modeling, the ideal situation would be to model with actual data. As soon as you start modeling with estimated data, you've already introduced a certain amount of error right off the bat, right? Because you're modeling with estimated data on the front end, and then what comes out is obviously an estimation in the forecast period. From my understanding, the ISO does not have a choice in how they model. There's reasons why they have to model gross load, and it gets with the forward capacity markets. So their hands are tied, and they have to model with gross. We obviously have the option, and my preference for my 13 years being in the forecasting group is to always model with the actual data. You want to be modeling with the data that's closest to what's actually happening. In my opinion, that will yield the best result, but we're getting into a little bit of opinions and judgment.
Well, that's fine. That's really what I'm after, is your opinion. But I guess my question is, if regardless of your, let's say, lack of preference for the gross forecasting methodology and lack of actual data, isn't there a consistency though between what they are doing in their approach, so that the fact that it's gross doesn't necessarily determine that it's going to be a negative 3.5%. It just, that's where the numbers trend, but it's not necessarily because they're using gross versus net forecasting.
Absolutely, there's no direct connection between the two of them. And if you were to look at the ISO cell state level forecast for Massachusetts, you wouldn't be seeing that decline. Right, so that's another distinction. So the ISO does all of their modeling at the gross load level. So their state level forecast is also modeled using gross load. And if we were to compare our Eversource total Massachusetts forecast compared to the ISO state forecast, those forecasts would line up much better than we're seeing here with this particular load pocket.
Can you explain why that would be the case, but yet this area has such a large disparity?
Correct, and that's really that uncertainty that I keep speaking to is we don't have a clear understanding as to why this particular load pocket is seeing such a discrepancy. Again, we can look at the historical data for this load pocket and see the actuals, and our forecast lines up very well with those actuals. And you plop in the ISO forecast, and in year one alone, you see a enormous decrease from where we are currently in 2020.
Is there any influence between these two forecasts of assumptions of economic growth that could explain the difference?
Economic growth would not play a factor here because, again, the ISO is basing all their forecasts off a state level forecast. So there is only one economic forecast driving the ISO, and it would be the Massachusetts state level forecast.
But I guess what I'm really getting at here, Mr. Ludwig, is in Eversource's forecast, you use a forecasting service, Moody's, I believe it is, to gauge anticipated economic growth in the state or in the perhaps sub area. Is that right?
Correct. So for Eversource, we have a region forecast that we use for Moody's Analytics.
And what is that region?
It's the Providence, New Bedford region.
Which includes this load area?
Yeah, that's the closest region we can get to the SEMA, the Southeastern Massachusetts region.
And does ISO use something like that forecast in its own analysis, or is it going on something completely different?
So ISO New England also uses Moody Analytics, but their focus is going to be at the state level economics. And as far as I know, there's no deeper dive into more metro areas other than focusing on state level economics.
From your knowledge of Moody's forecasting, is there any deviation that you're aware of between the New Bedford, Providence area and the Massachusetts state growth forecasts?
The only thing I can confidently say is that it's Massachusetts forecast is probably a more optimistic forecast.
So, but Mr. Ludwig, by that you mean that the Massachusetts forecast is probably going up more, and the Rhode Island, New Bedford one is, in comparison, is probably going lower? When you say optimistic.
Correct. I would expect the Massachusetts state forecast to be higher, a more optimistic forecast, and that's generally just speaking to the economic conditions in Massachusetts of recent have been particularly, arguably, probably the strongest in all of New England.
I was curious about your picking New Bedford, Providence was instead of what is there another choices, Greater Boston or what?
Greater Boston is one. Correct.
Just with my own imaginings of where people commute to and from, I wonder how your forecast would be if you used a different location from the Providence, New Bedford area.
It would, when we do our forecasting, we Eversource has the Boston Edison territory, the BECO area, in Cambridge, those areas, we do use the Boston economic forecast. For the legacy Commonwealth electric territory, which is predominantly the Cape region, we use the closest economic data we were able to get our hands on to that region.
But by closest, you're just going by how many miles away is New Bedford compared to how many miles away is Boston?
I wouldn't even say it's miles per se. It's a judgment call. The Boston specific area, I think, is very unique to the geographical area of Boston. In my opinion, where they commute to and then call home, I don't think is necessarily relevant in this discussion.
So the Boston one has a real downtown, heavy urban thing, and so you don't think that's the most applicable, and so that's a reason to use the Providence, New Bedford.
Yeah, I mean, to me, when you talk about Boston, you're talking about a very heavy commercial technology area, in education based, right? That kind of load, and then once we get out more towards the Cape region, I think the demographics change.
And when Moody's presents its information, what does it divide New England up into the whole area, or is it doing consolidated metropolitan statistical areas, or what's there? Do they identify what they're talking about when they pick a target area?
Yes, Moody's gets pretty granular. We have data for the Springfield area, the Pittsfield area, the Worcester area, Boston, the New Bedford, Providence, all the major metro areas. They go into that granular level of detail.
Are there any significant differences that you can point to between the expectations for solar PV and energy efficiency that ISO would use and the company is using in the forward-looking period?
I think the major piece would be solar, and I think we talked about this a little earlier in that, if you were to bump up the peak hour, say from 6 p.m. to 4 p.m., the reduction to the load forecast from solar would become much more significant at 4 p.m. compared to 6 p.m.
Right, that's sort of more the influence of what time period you're looking at of the day. Yep. and the effect of solar and offsetting load. But I think I'm really interested in whether there are different expectations about how many megawatts of PV capacity are going to be installed in future years in this area.
Yeah, I can't confidently say that there's no reason there should be a divergence in that answer.
And is there a way to cross-check what ISO has in effect embedded into its forecast for this area versus the company's assumptions of megawatts of PV capacity?
That would be very challenging to do. Again, because the ISO is projecting gross reductions and we are forecasting net reductions. So right off the bat, there's no easy way to try to compare the two of those adjustments. And the only way that I personally would view those adjustments is by looking at the final net forecast. And how does that net forecast line up to history? At the end of the day, the most telling thing that you can look at is how does the forecast line up to history? And how does it line up to history over the past 10-year period? Right? And I'm not suggesting that history necessarily dictates what the future is going to be, But when you can look at a 10-year historical period that has had a significant increase in energy efficiency and solar investments, and then look at the 10-year forecast period, the two should line up relatively well.
Mr. Ludwig, I have a technical question about the point you're making right there. Are you talking about sort of backcasting using the model you have now, or are you talking about comparing how good forecasts were when they were made in the past? Did you forecast correctly? Right. Just to start with, I just want to know which of those two things you were saying.
Yeah, I wasn't explicitly saying backcasting, but backcasting is the idea or the concept I was trying to get at.
Okay.
I guess in my mind, it's just as simple as if you were to graph the period 2010 to 2030, how is that graph going to look? But
in your method, you're using the past history to figure out where you want to draw your line. And so to me, it doesn't surprise me that the past matches your line pretty well, because that's what you use to derive it. And so my question was just whether you were also talking about how Eversource's forecast that you made 10 years ago, how true did they turn out to be, which is I think not backcasting.
Yeah, I was not commenting on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So we are definitely into the complexities of modeling and forecasting, and I know this gets a little obscure, but I'm thinking out loud. It seems to me that there's probably still some method of looking at the ISO forecast for this area and trying to infer what the number of additional megawatts of PV capacity is in their forecast for the area in the future, on top of what was in the base period, regardless of whether it's a incremental measured by gross or net, there's still some additional amount of PV capacity that they're assuming in the future. And I would think that would sort of take care, if you look at it incrementally, you can put aside the difference between gross and net and just look at how many additional megawatts they're forecasting for PV installations in this area. And you could compare that with what the company has in its net forecast using its slightly different methodology to just at least see whether the megawatts align. Right? Does that make some sense?
I would just ask other people on the Eversource panel, do we, by substation, do we have an annual PV forecast from ISO?
Yes, on a substation level, we have what the ISO assigns as far as individual PV units and then the spread of the PV.
Yeah, so we could try to put that together, and I am honestly not sure what that will show, but we can certainly take a stab at putting that together.
Yeah, I think it would show whether the assumptions are similar or different in terms of the deployment in the future of PV in the specific load area where it might affect the project. So, for example, if ISO's methodology is 500 megawatts of, well, no, that would be ridiculous. Let's say 100 megawatts of additional PV in the area, and Eversource is forecasting 25 megawatts of additional PV over the same period of time on an incremental basis. It raises the question of what the difference in thinking is and why the expectations differ dramatically. So I think that's what we're trying to get at and understand.
We make this an official record request?
If it's clear to Eversource, yes, I would like to do that.
Yep.
Okay, so Mr. Ludwig, you understand what's being requested of you?
Yes, I believe we're looking for a comparison of the energy efficiency in solar in our internal forecast versus the ISO forecast.
Thank you, sir. So that will be record request RR-DPU-16.
and again, just to make sure it is clear, it is on a going forward basis incrementally in the future. The additions of energy efficiency and PV capacity.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Wong, I've interrupted you repeatedly. And you're on mute.
Said you're fine. I not to keep going on this subject, but this is slightly off of that subject. I need some help with looking at Appendix L of the petition. If I could get the company to go there, and also have the page 26 of the petition ready, because I'm going to be referring to a particular sentence in that. And just signal to me whenever you're ready. I guess Mr. Ludwig would be the one that's in charge of this section.
Just give me 1 second.
Yep. Are you ready?
It's taking a long time to open.
Okay, just give me a signal when you're ready.
Yep. Sorry, what page did you say? Page 27?
26. Yep. And Appendix L.
All right, that should be good.
Okay. So first off, are the units in the table in Appendix L megawatts?
Yes.
Okay.
So.
And there seems to be some discrepancy between the titling of those tables and petition and in the petition at 26. At 26, it appears to be calling that area the Cape District, and then in both tables on Appendix L, it's variously referred to as the Plymouth District South and New Bedford South. Could you point me to which area is the right one for these two tables and that Eversource forecast?
Betty, could you help me out here? I'm not.
Yes, I believe that the Cape District was an incorrect reference. It should have been the Plymouth District.
Okay, Plymouth District. And on the second page of the table, it says New Bedford South. That should also be Plymouth District, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Because I do remember Ms. Leonard, you saying that it was based on the Plymouth District for this forecast. And another thing that was brought up in your cross-examination was
Cross-examination or direct?
Direct? Is it direct? Direct, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, you said that before, that's why I stopped. Okay.
Thank you for the correction. So you had said something about the 90-10 weather forecast with these peak conditions being very close to the peak conditions already observed. Am I understanding that's what you said? I was kind of not following completely at that point.
No, I don't. I can come in here. I think what Ms. Leonard said was the actual peak for 2020 was 165.2 megawatts, which was close to our 90-10 forecast.
Okay.
But the weather normalized peak, if we were to weather normalize the actual peak, for 2020 to 90-10 weather conditions, it would actually increase the peak to 179.4,
Okay.
which again is well above the 165.2.
And these tables seem to indicate that these values are 90-10 based off of that little red text at the end of the title. Is that right? Like that the forecasts are based off of 90-10 forecasting weather conditions.
That's correct.
And just to connect some dots, the historical loads from 2010 to 2019, I guess those are not forecasted. Those are actual measured loads, right?
Correct.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, I wasn't totally clear on that. The top portion of each table, which is 2010 to 2019, are those weather adjusted net loads, or are those just the actual net loads experienced on the system?
The actual net loads experienced on the system.
Okay, and then the 2020 to 2030, those are 90-10. So I guess weather adjusted peak loads looking forward.
Correct.
Okay, and is that so sometimes I get confused. Like, is it if I'm comparing something that's just a regular net load to something that's a weather adjusted peak load? Is that like am I comparing apples to apples when I look at those things, or are these sort of not comparable values?
They are comparable values. I mean, it's one of those things where you just need to know what you're looking at. There's a lot of different ways to weather normalize. You could weather normalize to a 50-50 peak, a normal peak, or you could weather normalize to a 90-10 peak. When we look at the result, you could present it a lot of different ways. You can show the actual peak for the 10-year period and then the forecast, or you could show weather normalized.
Okay.
They're each going to show you something different, but there's no right or wrong as to what is the appropriate measure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ludwig.
Yep.
And also, because it's not labeled on the tables, but could any of you state for the record which table in the appendix is the net load and which one is the gross load? I think I can infer, but I would like that to be on the record.
Betty, do you have that in front of you? I actually lost.
I do. I just had to check the titles. I believe they're both net load. One at the top says it's adjusted for step load, EE solar. And the second one is just adjusted for step load. So they're both adjusted, but the one of them takes out both EE, PV.
Okay. So if I could point the company to page 27 then of the petition, there's in table 6, there's gross load and net load. So I wouldn't be able to independently calculate the gross load based off of appendix L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. That's fair. And since we're on that subject, could you just for the record walk us through how you can go from appendix L to table 6? Because I can see many columns in appendix L and I can sort of guess what they mean, but if you could explain what they are and how they would contribute to the net load calculated in table 6, that would be great.
Okay, in table 6, the net load on the right-hand side, that's from the Eversource. That's the Eversource net load, and the first station it lists is Kingston, And when you go to Appendix L, there's actually 2 Kingston transformers. So it's broken down. So this was for the year 2029. So to get the total for Kingston for the year 2029 from our forecast, you would have to add both those entries for Kingston 192 and Kingston 193. Similar, Duxbury has 2 transformers. So as long as you're reading across for 2029 on the net load one that adjusts for EE, PV, and the step loads, we should be able to come up with the same numbers. West Pond also has 2 entries.
Thank you. I think I do want to circle back to, so based off of these clarifying questions, I think that the table that you're going to provide for record request RR-DPU-13 might have to be clearer on all of those. Is that possible? Have you captured my concerns with the existing table, and you'd be able to create a table that doesn't require me to talk to you again based off of just this table?
So Dan, would you be able to provide a table that would show kind of the gross load to start with, and then the adjustments being made for step loads, EE and PV, to kind of get to the final net load number, I think, on a substation basis?
Sure. And are you saying to combine the similar substations together into one? Is that what you're suggesting as well?
No, I think I meant to have megawatts labeled, to have the table titles correct, and to spell out what 9010 means in the title of the table as well.
Sorry, to spell out what?
What 9010 means in the table as well. Just so I don't have to make these inferences based off of different parts of the record.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I had prepared these questions as more general questions to start off, but we obviously started off differently. But I would like to be walked through this process of how a ISO New England preliminarily identified solution in a solution study becomes a transmission owner, Eversource's obligation to build. Just a simple overview, if that's okay.
I'm sorry, Wayne, some of it just got lost.
That's okay.
Can you just repeat it so I can have it
clearly? So for the sake of connecting some dots for the record, could the company walk me through the process of how a preliminary solution identified in an ISO New England solution study becomes a transmission owner's obligation to build, in this case, Eversource's obligation to build?
Sure. So once a preliminary, once a needs assessment comes out, and then we go to a solution study, the ISO announces the preliminary preferred solutions. They put that out there, and they wait about a month for comments to come from the open stakeholder process. And then they finalize the solutions, and those solutions are transferred into the regional system plan and given a number, RSP projects. Under the ISO tariffs, and specifically the transmission operating agreement, which Eversource is a signatory, of, we then have an obligation to pursue the project, to attempt to build it. And so that's basically, where we are. This project is on the RSP. We are the assigned transmission owner. and that's why we're here in front of you. We're, proceeding with our obligation to move the project forward and construct it as approved by the ISO in the PPA or I-39 analysis that was done.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for that. This next question I have is broadly based off of a couple tables in the Appendix H, but I don't think it's necessarily crucial that we look at it. I'm going to be asking the company about critical load levels and its relation to year of need. So I'm broadly looking at tables 6-1 and 6-2 in the Appendix H, and also table 5-5 in DPU-N-11, sorry, -10 parens 1.
No, you have to start it over.
DPU-N-10 parens 1. So I'll just start the question because it's not completely based off of the tables, but I understand that critical load level means the load level at which transmission constraints are respected, but where system problems could occur for small incremental changes in load level. This was taken from the glossary on ISO New England's website. Is that consistent with the company's understanding of critical load level?
Yes.
Okay. And is the concept of critical load level still relevant to this project?
Well, I guess it's always relevant. The reason critical load level was developed was that, historically, if we go back 20 years, all of the load forecasts always showed load growing. And then we hit a break point. We started to make some very large investments in energy efficiency and PV installations. And then load forecasts started to trend downward. And so then what, people who were parties to the whole planning process in New England were saying, well, now that this year's load forecast is lower than last year's forecast, do you still need to do a project? And so critical load level was a mechanism that the ISO developed as part of their solution studies, so that they didn't have to redo studies every time a new load forecast came out. So that then they could say, you'll see the critical load level is in terms of ISO New England system peak that's there. And then say, looking at table 6-1, they will also then reflect that to a year of need. And that year of need corresponds to when the ISO forecast exceeded the critical load level. So for instance, looking at page 126, table 6-1, the very first entry is a Kent County 3X transformer. And so at a critical load level of 26,158 megawatts, this would need to be done. And at that point in time, that meant that was prior to 2016 year. So this was something that had already passed its year of need point and was something we should have done, previously and should be installed. So that was the purpose of critical load level, was so that when people asked the question, every year with a new SELT forecast that came out, the ISO could point to this and say, we already looked at it and there's no reason for us to go back and redo the study because the forecast is still above this level. Or in contrast, if the forecast was below it, they would go back and say, we need to look at this again, which is somewhat what the ISO did for the SEMA Rhode Island study when they went back to look at the projects that were not yet in construction.
That's good. So you're talking about the critical load level for the entire New England system. That was what was looked at. And from what I understand from the petition is that the year of need broadly is used by ISO and thus Eversource to determine the time-sensitive nature of a project as well. Is that correct?
That's true also, yes. This report was issued or drafted before we got into the FERC 1000 planning processes. But so now, today, the way critical load level has evolved is that it can determine whether it's a time-sensitive project or if it's non-time sensitive, and will go out for the ISO RFP bidding process.
So just so I understand, give me a second. In one of the information request responses, the company says that table 5-5 of the 2029 needs assessment update would supersede table 6-1 of the appendix H. Does that sound familiar? I can look up the reference real quick. Okay, so in the company's response to information request D.P.U. -N-10 in part D, the company says table 6-1 is no longer relevant. Table 5-5 in the revised SEMA Rhode Island 2026 needs assessment update provided as attachment D.P.U-N-10 (1) shows updated time sensitive analysis and so on. To me, the two tables don't look that comparable. Could you, because for example, there's no year of need given in the new table.
No, what need?
Year of need.
Year
of need. Could you tell me how they're related necessarily?
Okay. Do you want to go, Betty, or shall I go?
Ms. Leonard, you're muted.
Oh, and I just said the answer so well. I am sorry. Well, I can start, Bob, and then if you could pick it up. In the updated table 5-5, what ISO New England had done was use their updated 2029 study But because it was done in 2020, their focus again in the new FERC 1000 world was to focus on, is it a time sensitive need? Because that's the new relevancy. And what they did was adjust the cases to the year 2023. And they said if it's needed by the load levels at 2023. And again, they look at a New England wide level. So table 5-1 kind of shows the comparison that actually the summer peak for 2029 is slightly below the summer peak of 2023 because they're predicting even greater reductions due to EE and PV over the years. So they came up with a New England-wide load level for 2023 of 25,382. And using the New England-wide level, similar to the CLL analysis they did, they would establish that this particular need in 5.5, and you actually see Brook Street and Kingston. Kingston appears because again, the 2023 load is actually, they're predicting to be a little higher than it's going to end up being in 2029. So where Kingston again is right on the border, it appears as a need in 2023. And then once the load level, they believe further drops in 2029, it's not going to show up as a need. But they utilize the overall New England load level to identify the needs rather than go to a particular CLL level. And Bob, this is probably where I'm going to need some help just to further clarify it.
Is that a CEII or CELL?
CLL, consequential load loss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just before
Oh,
Mr. Andrew, you go ahead. CLL's consequential load loss, and we're not talking about the critical load level anymore, are we? Or
I'm sorry, I misstated that.
okay.
No, you're correct in that, right? Is unfortunately we end up with kind of the same acronyms out of this, but one of the ISO's criteria for justifying a project is consequential load loss of more than 300 megawatts of load. And in section 5.4 of attachment D.P.U. N dash 10 parens 1, close parens, that is one of the things that they highlight. The time sensitivity of the project is that we still have consequential load loss above the 300 megawatt, criteria, in the area, for, well, actually those are for others. Excuse me, going off on a tangent.
Yeah, those are for the Cape and
right.
Somerset. Yeah.
Those are for another time. But under the under table 5-5, the N-1-1 voltage results still showed a need for the project in the 2023 timeframe. And under the current FERC 1000 criteria, that would make the need time sensitive, and they would continue with a study group along the process, which is what had already been performed and accomplished. So that was why they just reaffirmed the needs and said we would continue with development of the project's solutions in the RSP.
If I'm understanding right, just based off of listening and seeing the difference in the tables, is that while the FERC 1000 changes some things, we're still looking at applying a load to the whole New England area, but critical load level isn't necessarily a metric that's being explicitly used by ISO. Like, it's not like we're crossing this, the whole system's crossing this level in this year. That's why but we're just applying it to 3 years down the road. And then if it still applies, then it's time sensitive. Is that a fair thing to say?
Yeah, that's a fair characterization of the processes in the post FERC 1000 world. Yes.
Okay. And these follow-up questions are more for the company's opinion, but does the company see any critical load level that's more localized as being useful to its analysis? For example, if there is a load level that's crossed in the Kingston load pocket at some point, that value is of any use to the company's analysis or not?
Well, we didn't look specifically at that. We know that, our forecast for 2020 was pretty much spot on with the actual load, and that we saw overloads of about 120% on a couple of lines. So that's a fairly significant overload at an existing load level. So we didn't scale back and assume that we're going to see, fairly large reductions that are going to eliminate the thermal overloads or the voltage violations. We did not do that particular analysis.
Okay, Mr. Hazel?
Oh, I was just going to say, in some cases, the company or ISO will say that the need has been pre-existing, or that the need predates the time of the analysis. Is that the instance with the thermal and voltage violations in the Kingston load pocket?
Yes, we're saying they exist now.
Okay, and I suppose that's fine. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that. Thank you, Ms. Leonard.
We're going to move on to another topic. If I could direct the company to its response to information request D.P.U. -N-2, please. And just let me know when you're ready. All right.
Okay, I'm all set.
Okay, so in D.P.U. -N-2 Part A, in its response, the company describes how low voltage conditions would lead to load shedding for customers in the Kingston load pocket. And it refers separately to some DERs tripping offline automatically, and also system dispatchers being alerted of low voltage and then choosing to shed load. My question is there any temporal relationship between the two things? For example, do the DERs trip offline first, and then that results in even lower voltage conditions happening, and then that then leads to the dispatchers shedding load? Or do these maybe happen simultaneously and they just exacerbate each other?
I'm going to refer that to my colleague, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mrs. Leonard. Yes, to answer your question, under D.P.U. N-2, and I would also like to refer to the company's response to D.P.U. N-15, and to the petition, to the tables, voltage tables 4 on page 23, voltage table 5 on page 25, and voltage table 8 on page 27. So after the contingency events that are driving the need for the project, resulting in voltages as low as 0.88 per unit, on the transmission system. Voltages on the distribution system would correspondingly be lower due to additional voltage drop through the transformers at each bulk substation and on the 23 kV circuits that supply customers. So voltages at individual customer points of interconnection would actually be lower than these tables. The low voltage conditions would be alarmed in the corporate dispatcher's office, so they'll know that this occurred. DER, especially inverter connected resources such as solar farms and wind turbines, have automatic protection, automatic relay protection on their inverters. There's an overvoltage trip and an undervoltage trip. The undervoltage trip is usually set for the first step at 0.88 per unit to clear in 2 seconds. So the DER trip would trip before any manual load shedding could be performed by the system dispatchers. In the company's response to D.P.U. N2 under response C and D, the company would perform distribution transfers up to the limit of its ability to transfer load out of the Kingston load pocket. The company identifies 2 transfers that it can employ, a transfer of load from West Pond substation to Manomet substation, and another transfer from West Pond substation to Tremont substation. If the load relief as a result of those transfers is not sufficient, then the company's dispatcher may elect to manually shed additional customers until voltage is restored to minimum acceptable, which is 0.95 per unit on the distribution system. Going back to one of your original questions, if the DER trips automatically, then yes, voltages will drop even worse than what they were post-contingency when the event occurred.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Just a couple clarifying things. So you said there is a set point at which the DERs would trip offline, and it sounds like that happens before the dispatchers are informed. Does that mean the dispatchers are informed at an even lower voltage?
The
Or is it
dispatchers,
just because it's quicker? Sorry.
just because it's quicker, because the trip requirement is within 2 seconds. I doubt that a dispatcher would be able to respond and acknowledge an alarm within 2 seconds. It probably would take at least 5 to 10 minutes for them to process an alarm and make a decision on an action.
Thank you. That was helpful. That was really helpful. And you did talk about the company's response to C and D. And that gets to my next question. So
To C and D?
C and D.
Thank
D
you.
for dinosaur.
Yep.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the immediate result of load shedding described is about 13,000 customers without service, but after C and D are implemented, 6,300 customers could be restored. Is that a fair thing to say?
Ms. Leonard, could we have your input? I did that additional analysis for you post-transfer to identify the additional number of customers based upon an assumption of number of kilowatts per customer. So is the 6,700 customers additional that lost service for load shedding assume that we did those transfers?
Well, what would actually happen? The dispatcher, first a contingency would occur, and the dispatch desk would run the analysis to show what would happen if a second contingency would occur, and they would see the load voltage. So they would know they have to make adjustments, and they would first look at the distribution ties available to them and transfer the 6,300 customers, if those ties were available and if they could make the transfers without overloading anything else in the system. They would do that to kind of minimize the impact if the second contingency occurs. If it were to occur, then they would have to load shed the 67 100 remaining customers.
So it doesn't sound like there would be 13,000 customers without service at one time.
Not unless the contingencies were immediate back to back.
Okay. So there's no overlap in these two customer populations. They're two separate. They're unique. Is that?
That's correct. There's no overlap. The additional 6,700 is not included in what is being transferred.
Okay.
Mr. Jones, when you said 2 seconds to clear, does that means that once the piece of equipment detects a low voltage situation, within 2 seconds it's off the grid?
That's correct.
And just to be clear, does that mean if somehow the system comes back to above the set point within 2 seconds, it won't go offline?
That's correct. Can I refer you to our response to D.P.U. N15?
Okay.
So the response describes, again, how DER will trip automatically offline for a primary terminal voltage of 8.88 per unit or less.
I'm sorry, slow it down.
All right, sorry about that.
For a primary,
for a primary distribution voltages of 0.88 per unit or less at the point of interconnection. Also in the IEEE standards that govern DER interconnections, there's a enter service criteria, voltage level, a minimum of 0.917 per unit. So the voltages at the various points of interconnection for these PV arrays would have to return to at least 0.917 or 91.7% before they can restore automatically.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I had not looked into this one in detail, but thank you for that. Is there, just out of curiosity, for the enter service minimum requirement, is there a certain amount of time?
Sorry, I can't hear the word. Interim service?
Enter service minimum requirement.
Enter service minimum requirement.
Yeah. Is there a certain amount of time that the unit has to be maintained at 0.917 before it goes online? Otherwise, if it's, fluctuating, that could be bad for whatever equipment that is. Is there a minimum amount of time?
Yeah, if I understand your question correctly, if a DER unit trips offline due to low voltage, a power outage, or some other factor, they have to be offline within for at least 5 minutes before they can self-restore. That also is in the IEEE 1547 standard.
Okay, thank you. I think we're close to lunch. I have a couple more questions, like subparts of this question, but really quickly. So this number 13,000, or rather 6,300 and 6,700, are these numbers based off of a forecast by CELT report? Like, I mean, because there's a lot of them, like in the background of this, so I don't know what numbers, which CELT report or basis for forecast these numbers are from. Could you point me towards that?
No, these would be customer accounts fed out of particular substations and also customer accounts on particular circuits that are, so when Mr. Jones is talking about transferring customers, we know how many customers, say, fed from the Kingston substation can be transferred via a tie circuit to, say, Manomet substation.
Okay. So it's separate, it's different from a consequential load loss in that the megawatts lost would correspond to a particular amount of customers. Am I muddying some distinction there?
Well, there is, rough megawatts associated with customer counts.
Oh,
Like
I think I must have, I think I'm mistaking the two. My question was, if there's a different amount of load on the system, would that correspond to different amount of customers losing service, or it's just because a whole line's going off and that's goodbye to those customers?
Betty, if I may, so yeah, it would depend upon load level. Certainly if the N-1 contingency occurred at peak with extremely low voltages as described in the petition, then more customers would have to be shut offline in order to restore voltage to acceptable minimums. If it occurred at its shoulder or a light load condition, then the number of megawatts and the number of customers that would need to be shed to restore voltage to acceptable would be lower.
So do you have an idea of which, well, I guess I don't know if this question still works, but is this load level that causes this amount of customers being lost based off of the 2026 forecasted conditions or the 2029 forecast conditions? I'm just sort of trying to understand this number and what it corresponds to with regard to the 3 or 5 studies that have been bandied about.
Miss Leonard, I'll have to defer to you because I gave you customer counts to be shed based upon whatever load forecast was employed.
Right, it would have been a peak load forecast. I'm not sure if it was 2026 or 2029. I'd have to look into that.
Okay.
But it was definitely a peak.
I guess let me ask one question, I guess, publicly. The customer counts typically come from the same database our dispatchers use when reporting customers affected by outages, right? So are these customer counts ones that are representative of, well, not today, but just a few months back in the past when these documents were prepared?
Yes, from the dispatcher list, yes.
Right, so the customer counts that are here, and they're obviously rounded, are based on customers that were served from our facilities, I'll call it a year ago. They're not based on the ones that will be supplied from these facilities in 2029. So these numbers are more that if we went and did this today, this is what we would, the customers that we would expect to inconvenience and remove from service.
Okay. So I understand that piece. Would company be able to provide a 2029 forecast, or is that sort of not a good figure to look at? Is that sort of just a pie in the sky figure that has no meaning?
Well, I mean, I think we probably could take a look and provide, say, for our Plymouth district, what has been the growth rate in customer count. Because again, now when we get to customer count, we're really talking about counting meters. And whether that's 1 meter in an apartment building with 100 units or 1 meter at one house with one family, it's a little generic, I guess. But that is how we report our outage statistics, for our reliability submittals. It's generally by meters that are disconnected.
But when we talk about future, we typically talk about load levels. So we don't, we haven't typically projected the number of additional customers that may be added to a particular substation. We'll just look at a projected future load level.
That makes sense to me. I think because we're talking about a project being built for what could happen right now, but also based off of a future problem. I'm not sure I need any record requests for this, but I guess I have like a quick question off of this, but we could go for lunch and I could ask it after that if that would work better for everyone.
I'd like to go for lunch next. It's
Okay.
1:02 and we set at 1 o'clock. So why don't I see you all back here at 2 o'clock? Thank you very much.
Sounds good.
I don't think everyone's back yet.
Before everyone jumps on, I think I'll just say I said bandied about earlier. I didn't mean it in a derogatory way. I hope none of the witnesses took it that way.
No, I think we're good.
Okay. We have a new witness too. John should be coming. I was just talking to him a minute ago.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, you have to remember you have to be sworn in before you testify this afternoon.
All right.
And there's a new process for doing it. You have to stand on your head and raise your left foot, which we all did that. So you're going to have to do the same thing when the time comes.
I'll stretch and get limber right now.
Okay. We can't wait.
Just a quick preview. I have two more questions on need, and then I'll pass it over to my colleagues who will also talk about a little bit of need, and then it's project approach, and then it's magnetic fields.
I don't know. Pardon me. I think someone may have been trying to contact me by, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Someone may have been tried to contact me. I got a sound of a telephone call on Teams, but I just couldn't do Teams and the Zoom at the same time. So.
That's okay. I think we're all back, Bob.
Good. Does
Gonna
anyone have?
not
Yes.
forget to swear the witness, right?
Yes, I'll swear the witness. Does anyone have anything they need to discuss? Sorry, off the record first? Not hearing anything. Let's go back on the record. I understand that we have a new witness, and I'll ask him to introduce himself.
Christopher Soderman here.
Okay, and your last name, could you just spell it for the reporter?
Soderman.
Okay, Mr. Soderman, thank you. In order to give testimony, you have to be sworn, and your testimony is given under oath. So just please raise your right hand, and do you swear that the testimony you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that Mr. Soderman has been sworn. Mr. Wang, you were the last person to have the floor. So.
Okay, so just one more sub question to the previous question we had. And we were broadly looking at the company's response to information request D.P.U. N-2 before. I'll give you a couple seconds to get there. And the question I have right now is based off another customer related question. So the company has stated in the petition that low voltage conditions may result in consequential loss of service to 26,000 customers in the Duxbury load pocket. From what I understand, the Duxbury load pocket is a sub pocket of the Kingston load pocket. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And could you explain how the number 26,000 customers might be related to the 13,000 customers that we were talking about before the break? would there be any overlap is my question.
Yes, the 13,000 would be a subset. It would actually be a subset of the total of total for the 44,000 customers, depending on the exact contingency that we were, dealing with at the time.
So if I understand right, 26,000 from Duxbury Load Pocket is a subset of 44,000, and the 13,000 that we talked about losing service based on low voltage conditions before the break is also a subset. And then it's possible that this customer base is overlapping sometimes with the 26,000 customers of the Duxbury Load Pocket.
It's overlapping with the 44,000 of the overall Kingston Load Pocket.
Okay. Because what I need to understand is the Duxbury Load Pocket, the 26,000 customers in the Duxbury Load Pocket, it's said that they're at risk of losing service due to consequential load loss. Is that correct?
Yes.
And which is separate from having low voltage conditions and being shed due to a dispatcher being alerted. Is that correct?
Yes, that in the text, yes.
Okay. So I guess it sort of does make sense that I think what I mainly want to know is if these two numbers are completely unrelated, or if because they're different problems that they might be the same. I mean, they might overlap in some areas.
They definitely overlap. Like the most customers in the Kingston Load Pocket is 44,000.
Yeah.
If we're talking about a low voltage issue, which occurred at all the substations in the Kingston Load Pocket, we'd have to potentially reduce, by at a maximum 13,000 customers. So they definitely overlap. It's not an additional customer count.
Okay, I think that's clear to me. And just really quickly, these are two different end results, but is the contingency in any way related, like the contingency causing the low voltage in the Kingston Load Pocket related to the contingencies that would cause consequential load loss to the Duxbury Load Pocket? Is there any similarity in the contingencies that cause these problems, or are they different? And I don't want you to reveal any CEII information, but just if you could, in simple terms, tell me if they're related or not.
The consequential load loss, you asked for the Duxbury Load Pocket?
Yeah.
That would be a separate issue than the voltage violations.
Okay. And I think my main question is because we hear about the end result and how this project might contribute to improving that, but I haven't gotten eyes into what causes the consequential load loss. I mean, I know it's not the project need, but I was sort of curious as to what contingency would lead to that consequential load loss. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want you to reveal what it is, but I just want to know if it's a different set of contingencies. Is that right?
Betty, can I refer you to our response to D.P.U. N18?
Sure. Yeah. So you're asking the load loss of the Duxbury Load Pocket. Is it in any way related to the contingencies that could cause voltage violations in the Kingston Load Pocket?
Yep, I just want to know that it's a separate or if it's related.
It is separate.
Okay. Okay, then I'm done with that question. I want to really quickly refer the company to its information request response DPU-N-9, as well as table 5 of the petition. Table 5 of the petition is on page 25.
Okay, I have
Okay.
both.
Thank you. So in the company's information request response, the company states that table 5 of the petition shows that low voltage violations occur under conditions that do not include the loss of a DCT line serving the Kingston load pocket. Could you walk me through how table 5 shows that?
I actually made a note in my response that it doesn't list it, because if it listed it, it would be CEII, so it doesn't actually show that to you.
I guess there's not really a way to talk about it without talk about how table 5 does it without revealing the CEII. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Then I think I'm done with need for now. I think my colleague, Mr. Hazel, has a question that he would like to talk about.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. I have a follow-up from a topic from the from the forecasting topic earlier today. Not to totally belabor this, but if I could refer the witnesses to information request response N-15. I'm getting there myself. Okay. The final paragraph of this response in particular, I was looking for a little bit more explanation on. Seems to indicate that the reason that the company adds standalone PV back into its forecasts is because you have telemetry on these larger standalone PV generators. And I was just wondering what about telemetry makes it relevant for the company's I guess calculations of peak load as it's stated here.
I could start, and I could probably hand it off to Dan Ludwig. We standalone PV arrays and other DG resources that inject the totality of their output back to the primary distribution system and don't have behind the meter load. We have a recloser on our distribution automation system that records the amps per phase, kilowatts per phase, and the generation at any particular time for those DG resources. So we know what they're generating at any particular time, especially at peak load conditions, which is what we provide back to the forecasting department. So since we know what those values are, then we're able to reconstitute what our system peaks would be absent those DG resources being there. So they mask load, so we need to back them out to ascertain what our total load is. Behind the meter resources, we don't have any telemetry. Anything below 500 kW is connected with a fuse, which is not a device which provides telemetry. And anything behind the meter on a customer's roof, we don't have real-time telemetry to say what their generation is. So these standalone resources are the only values that we can see to reconstitute our system load for these standalone resources. And for the most part, the standalone resources are the majority of DG interconnected to our primary distribution system. The totalized amount of behind the meter is much less.
Do you have a understanding of the relative amounts? I mean, it sounds like standalone is a larger number than behind the meter, but it's like by how much larger it is or anything like that?
I don't know offhand, but I do notice that sometimes at spring light load conditions, we have at least 230 megawatts of standalone DG injecting back to our system, such that if you don't correct for it, our actual peaks were extremely low. Sometimes when during a spring light load condition with maximum DG resources, the uncorrected peak is lower than it is at 3 a.m. So I can't give you right now a relative comparison of the total amount of standalone versus behind the meter.
Okay.
Mr. Jones, that bit of analysis there, that was a system-wide, or that was for the region, or what scale are you talking about?
This is for Eastern Massachusetts South, including Plymouth, New Bedford, and Cape districts.
Thank you.
My next question sort of is in the realm of project costs and how those are recovered through various transmission tariffs. The company's response to C-1 indicates that the company anticipates that all or most of the cost of this project would be regionalized. Is that still the company's understanding or expectation?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And so through Ms. Leonard's direct testimony this morning and just through our general discussion, it sounds like, the ISO has sort of found fewer and fewer reasons for this project being needed as time has gone on. And I'm wondering if, the fact that they started with multiple voltage violations and thermal violations, and they've since walked it back to what I believe is just a single voltage violation. I wonder if that affects the sort of determination of whether the costs are regionalized.
I don't believe that it would. The ISO did reconfirm the need for the project last year, and the project remains on the regional system plan project list. So at this time, we don't have any reason to believe that any cost of the project would be localized.
Just hypothetically, if if ISO found a different solution to that single voltage violation, and that the new hypothetical solution was much less expensive or something like that, would that be the type of situation that would affect whether this solution was approved for cost regionalization?
I think something like that, if hypothetically it were to play out, it would happen through the needs assessment and solution study process that we discussed this morning. And like I said, last year, the ISO did go through that process and reconfirm the need for the project. The assessment of potentially localized costs happens through a different process called the transmission cost allocation review process.
Okay, so it sounds like because ISO did not change, it's on the fact that this is the preferred solution didn't change, and therefore that doesn't change the company's expectation for cost regionalization.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brunham. That's very helpful. I have another, just kind of like, I'm jumping to different subtopics in need here. But in the company's petition at pages 23 and 24, the company provided an explanation of planning standard PP3 and how it relates to the treatment of double circuit towers in the context of reliability planning. It sounds like there was some changes in how ISO viewed double circuit towers carrying two lines for the purposes of reliability planning. And I was just wondering if you could kind of walk me through that and, provide maybe a little bit more, context or detail in the sequence of how DCTs used to be treated and how they're treated presently.
Sure, I can explain that. They used to be looked at as a DCT with 115 kV lines or 345. Any type of transmission DCT was treated as a second, actually a first standalone contingency or a second contingency after a single element came out first. But I also started looking at lines based more on their designation. So if it was what we call a BPS or a bulk power system, line connected to a bulk power system substation, they still considered those DCTs as part of their analysis, but they've moved away from considering all DCTs. So if there were just two, say 115 kV lines that did not connect to bulk power system stations, they wouldn't consider that as part of their criteria. And I don't know, Bob, if you have anything to add.
Could I just ask a clarifying question before Mr. Andrew jumps in? So I think you were saying previously it was the case that if there was two separate lines carried on the same set of structures, and say there was some event that took both of those lines down, ISO was treating those as a single contingency event, even though two lines were lost?
Yes.
And how is that different now?
Well, they still treat it the same way as a single event, but they only categorize a subset of DCTs now. So a DCT failure is still counted as a single event, but it's the particular lines that they look at now. And if they connect to the bulk power system, then they're going to still consider, and it just has to be one line that connects to the bulk power system. That would still be a DCT contingency that they would run.
Yeah, I think I can help a little bit. They run the DCT contingency, and if it creates an overload, then they look at the classification of the overloaded line. If the overloaded line is a BPS line, then they respect it and they move forward with a solution. If it is a non-BPS line, they note that, they make sure the transmission owner knows about it, and then they move on. All right, so the difference is the DCT criteria comes from NPCC standards. NPCC standards apply to the bulk power system. All right, so they just kind of, in the past, they used to say, okay, it didn't matter what was overloaded, we would address it. And what they did was sharpen their pencil a little bit for some cost containment to try and say, we will only regionally pay for solutions that affect BPS classified elements.
Okay, so hypothetically, if Eversource had a DCT with two lines and it was on a radial portion of the system, ISO might say, hey, we've identified an overload on that, but it's not eligible for cost regionalization if Eversource finds a solution to that problem. Am I understanding you correctly?
Exactly. They'd say, we noticed it, we're informing you of it, and if you choose to go ahead with a solution and address it locally through local rates in your part of the transmission system, feel free, we'll provide any support you need. But what they will not do is allow the cost of that solution to be localized or regionalized. Excuse me.
Okay. And on page 24 of the petition, Eversource goes on to explain that I believe it's your internal system planning criteria, SYS Plan 01. That's SYSPLAN for Mr. Arsenal. SYS Plan 01 may treat those DCTs differently. Can you elaborate on that a little bit for me?
Well, I mean, I think in terms of SYS Plan 1, we still run the contingency. We find out what the effect is, and then we take a look at that effect, develop solutions, and where we feel it's appropriate, we move forward, with those solutions under our local system plan, where costs would be localized.
Okay. So I think this is a related question. It might not be exactly following, but so in this project, starting at the Carver substation up to Brook Street, there is a set of DCT structures that have an open position on one side of the line. And some of the public comments we heard earlier in the case were to the effect of, why can't the new line be located on the open portion of those existing structures? And I asked that in an information request, and the response was in LU-20, locating it on the same structure would not address certain contingencies of the project. And I was just wondering if I would like the company to elaborate on which contingencies prevent you from using these existing structures that are already in the right of way, or which reliability criteria, if you're not allowed to speak about contingencies for CEII purposes.
Sure, and it is specifically the Eversource criteria that we outline. As we mentioned, a double circuit tower, which is two lines on the same structures, is considered a single contingency. And this can be because you can lose both lines under one occurrence of, say, a lightning strike where you have a flashover, or a single structure failing, you can lose both lines. So it is something we analyze and study as a single event. And in this particular case, this would not be a viable solution based on the contingencies we analyze.
Okay. I'd like to refer the witnesses to Appendix G of the application, which is SYS Plan 1. And I'm hoping one of the witnesses could point me out to a specific location in Appendix G that actually enumerates that rule or criteria about the loss of DCTs. It looks like it might be somewhere on page 7 or page 8, but
yes, it's on page 7, table 2, under the N-1 heading. And it talks about there being an initial event, initial condition, which is the loss of a single element, such as an existing transmission line or a bulk transformer, an auto transformer, I mean. And then under the second column is contingency event. So that is now you had an initial element out. Now the contingency event is the second occurrence, the N-1 And the bottom box talks about faults on 2 adjacent transmission circuits on a multiple circuit tower. And that's kind of the criteria, our criteria for the DCT.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Leonard. That is helpful. My next question, I understand that transmission planning is, inherently conservative for a number of reasons. But I'm just kind of curious, what real world or, what real risk is there of losing, a transmission tower with 2 lines on it? I mean, I think you mentioned like a lightning strike or something like that in your earlier testimony. It's just like, is that something that Eversource has experienced in the past, or thinks that there's a reasonable chance that could actually happen?
Well, with system planning and our criteria, we don't I would say we don't base it on probability, because we have a requirement that we have to serve the customers to the best of our ability. So just because something might happen once every 10 years, that doesn't make it okay for us to ignore it. As Bob said, we would look at the particular situation and the potential for customers to be impacted. We have a situation here, as we talked about in the answer response, where it's not just because of a DCT. There's other reasons why we see violations. And so this just kind of adds to the additional violations we see. And again, at existing load levels, we see very significant voltage violations and thermal violations, some of which may include a DCT, but others which we've been very clear do not. So we see a significant need for this project, and it's not something based on a probability of one particular occurrence of something.
Yeah, I think I can add a little bit to that. These different kinds of contingencies that are listed in our standard, ISO standard, and PCC standards are also listed in NERC reliability standards. And NERC reliability standards are created nationally, and they're pretty much a consensus document. So these are all issues that plague us as operators of an electric system from coast to coast. To varying degrees, there are a lot of different factors that come in. Weather is certainly always a driver of events. The geography you're traversing, back and forth. I can tell you that in a different setting, I actually asked our protection people in the state of Connecticut how many DCT events they had. And in one calendar year, the previous calendar year, they had 19. So they do happen. What is a good thing that happens a lot, as it does with a lot of transmission events, is reclosing restores one and sometimes both of the lines. But they are an event that does happen on the system on a fairly regular basis.
So in the instance when you're, just speaking with your colleagues in Connecticut, did they, cite any particular type of event that frequently takes out a DCT? I mean, whether that's a hazard tree or a lightning strike or something like that.
Well, I would say for the most part, one of the drivers is a lightning strike. It can be a hazard tree, but most of the time, we work pretty hard at trying to keep those clear, but sometimes rights of way are not as wide as we would like them to be. So it is in there. In my own experience, it has been lightning, it has been trees, and it has been structure issues that have caused outages of double circuit, lines.
So like maybe show a little bit of my ignorance about how structures and transmission lines are actually constructed, but I was under the impression that they had things like shielding wires and grounding wires to help protect against lightning strikes. Would that be the case for like in this instance, a brand new line that's installed would presumably have all the latest lightning strike protections added into it and things along those lines?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we typically do, I would say, almost at 100%. Mr. Soderman could certainly join in.
I was about
with
to say, yeah. So when you can in fact have a double, when you have shield wires, and most of our transmission lines do have shield wires. However, a shield wire doesn't necessarily prevent the more common mechanism for a lightning trip out of an overhead transmission line, which is actually not a direct strike, but more often is a backflash failure. And so that what occurs there is the lightning shield wire does its job and intercepts the lightning strike. However, the lightning strike current is of such magnitude, and the structure is sitting in a very high soil resistivity, area, such as rock, for example. Then the voltage that is built up on the tower is such that it will overcome one or multiple phases. And if there's multiple circuits on the same structure, usually the structures most remote, so the bottom two phases of a double circuit vertical, for example, are the ones that are likely to flash first because they are least magnetically coupled with the shield wire. So other mechanisms that I can think of, one that actually took out two circuits when it happened, and we had to de-energize two others to actually repair it in Connecticut, was a shield wire failure where the shield wire let go, came down into two circuits, and this was a quad circuit tower crossing the Thames River down near Montville, Connecticut. And to actually get access to do the work, because the peak was was right in the middle of the tower, but the shield wire failed on the two circuits on one side. We actually had to de-energize the other two circuits to actually bring the line back into service. And so that was an example there of, kind of that transmission line or structure failure to which Bob was alluding to earlier, that can trip out one circuit or multiple circuits. The other kind of failure, particularly on older transmission lines where they weren't necessarily designed for a longitudinal load. So if you have a conductor break, all of a sudden that longitudinal load the tension of the conductor overcomes the weather criteria design requirements of the structure. And therefore it will just cause the whole structure to either wrap up around itself or just completely collapse. And then you could lose both structures in that case too.
Help me visualize what a structure wrapping around itself would be like.
It basically imagine somebody grabbing kind of a lattice tower and twisting it up, and it would kind of crumple up. So a lot of times, particularly this would happen this was more common on our 345 kV cross arm design at the time, which was very good in terms of vertical loads, but did not do very well under torsion. And so when it would lose, when you would lose a splice on a conductor, the line would pull it in one direction. The cross arm would then try to follow it and basically twist the two poles to basically cause a failure.
Mr. Soderman, I think you may have misspoken. Did you mean that when you had that when you had the structures going down, that you would lose both circuits? You didn't say the word circuits. Did you mean that you would lose two circuits?
In some cases, right? Yeah. So
do you know if that's what you meant to say when you were speaking? And we can try the transcript back if
oh, well, it may have been, yes. You can have a structure failure, right? Take out multiple circuits, yes. If you have a double circuit tower, for example, you would trip out both circuits.
Yeah, I think that's what you had been trying to say, but you had used the wrong word before. Do you think you were trying to say that before?
Possibly.
All right.
Quite possibly, yes. So my apologies if I misspoke.
Okay. Thank you for the additional explanation on how things can go wrong. I do appreciate that.
Mr. Hazel, could I just ask another question?
Please go ahead.
So you've referred to the company's Connecticut transmission lines and describing the potential for double circuit towers to have various kinds of failures. I'm wondering if there's any difference in construction between Massachusetts and Connecticut that would differentiate, let's say, a response with regard to NSTAR property in Massachusetts.
No, I mean, you can see the evolution of the design codes kind of mirror each other. all the way up until May of 1970, when Massachusetts adopted its own design code for the design of transmission lines. And so, you kind of see the same kind of design considerations that are applied. They exist for our Connecticut, Western Mass, Eastern Mass, and New Hampshire service territories. So you see a lot of the same trends, and not just even within Eversource, throughout the industry.
And with regard to the structures that Mr. Hazel was asking about in terms of their durability, can you, again, give us a description of how, first of all, when the structures were installed and to what standard they were built?
So most structures, even today, do not have, with the exception of what they call anchor or dead end structures, do not have a requirement to withstand longitudinal loads of a broken conductor. That's actually still not even in the National Electrical Safety Code or the Mass D.P.U code, for that matter. However, most utilities, based off of their experience, have worked to design transmission line structures to assume the break of a single conductor or of an entire phase in the case of a bundled conductor, such that if you have that failure, the failure is just of the wire and the hardware, and you can restore it relatively quickly. But you don't have a complete catastrophic failure of the structure. So you take an outage which may be able to be restored in a matter of hours, and now it's days to try and restore it.
So even the very industrial looking monopoles and significant concrete foundations would be vulnerable to that type of longitudinal stress?
So I would say when you're starting to encounter steel poles that are on concrete foundations, that they're more likely to have a longitudinal load criteria associated with them. But I can't, without reviewing the individual designs on this particular line, I can't say, I can't recall off the top of my head what the longitudinal load criteria were. But very early steel pole designs did not necessarily take much more than a 700-pound longitudinal load. And that is what the old Rule 261C of the NESE code called out. They did not call out a broken phase. It was more of a construction load, basically accounting for a splice or a pulling sock getting hung up in a block when you're trying to pull it. But nowadays, we would definitely design something more substantial. But again, going back to Mr. Andrews' earlier point that, the structure failure isn't, again, the only concern, right? It's more common is a backflash failure due to a lightning strike.
I guess I'd at least like to try to deal discreetly with the longitudinal stress issue to find out whether the particular structures in this project have that vulnerability, or whether they were built to a more robust standard, as again, the steel monopoles with a concrete foundation. And I'm not sure we know that in the record right now.
Yeah, we may be able to look into that and maybe get back to you at a break.
Well, to keep track of it from a housekeeping perspective, why don't we just make that a record request?
Okay, and that will be record request RR-DPU-17. And I know it's about the longitudinal structure, but do you want to articulate exactly what information you need is?
Mr. Hazel, maybe you want to help me out here in formulating this question.
Yeah, I think Mr. Green is, we would like to know whether I believe we have monopoles and H-frame structures being used in this case. And, in the instance that a conductor fails on any segment of this line, would the adjacent structures be able to withstand the longitudinal forces, after one of the cables failed? Does that question make sense to the witnesses?
I think so. So you're basically looking for the longitudinal withstand capability of the existing transmission line structure design.
Yeah, I think we'd like to know about the proposed structures too. And
well, that we can speak to. Yes, yeah, very easily. So the new structures. Oh, go ahead, Bob.
Well, okay, so this relates to the construction of the new line, the 147 line. from Carver to Kingston. And this also relates to the construction of the existing line from Carver to Brook Street.
Okay, that's
Which
line
I believe-
116, correct?
Which is that the scope of the question? I
Uh,
just wanted to,
yes. Oh, I'm sorry. So for the full extent of the new line, and also for lines 116 and 117 as they parallel the new line.
So I can speak to the design requirements for the new transmission line right now. So the new transmission line will be designed to withstand a broken phase with overload factors under what is commonly referred to as the NESC Rule 250B heavy, which is a concurrent 1/2 inch of radial ice and a 4-pound wind with a conductor temperature of 0 degrees.
Excellent. I would appreciate it if that was reflected in the response to the record request.
We can do that.
Thank you very much. Is that does that sound like it's about right, Mr. Green?
You nailed it.
Okay. Mr. Wong, I'm all set with my need questions.
Okay, I think the next person with questions is Mr. Shea. If you would.
I have very few questions. A lot of them have been asked already. Let me just preface my remarks by saying that it may seem, when I ask you some questions, it may seem like the answer is obvious. The answer will be obvious, I believe, to people with your expertise. But when we are writing this order, we have to write it in such a way that people without any particular expertise can understand it. So if I ask a question, you think like, well, that's, you know, kind of simple question. It may be, but that's the reason I'm asking it. One of the questions is that, you know, we've talked a lot about how the Eversource planning criteria differs from the ISO New England planning criteria. Can you tell me what benefits there are to the public by Eversource having a more stringent planning criteria?
well, I guess I can start off with some of that, I guess. Most of our planning criteria really is the same. You know, you start with NERC reliability standards that set the minimum, you know, reliability criteria. You layer on top of that NPCC standards, which apply to the NPCC region, the Northeast. And most of those increased standards that come from NPCC come from operating experience within our portion of the Eastern Interconnection. On top of that, you layer some ISO New England, you know, criteria that again comes from their experience operating the ISO New England system. When you layer on beyond that additional criteria that Eversource takes a look at, our main focus in all of this is reliability and keeping our customers in service. I can go back to one of the discussions we briefly had earlier. ISO New England, you know, will not regionalize costs associated with a problem unless more than 300 megawatts of load are adversely affected. For us, 300 megawatts is a lot of customers who are going to be very unhappy with our performance and our reliability. So we take a much harder look and we try and engineer our solutions in a ways that minimize those numbers. We earlier talked about the Duxbury load pocket being within the Kingston load pocket. To us, being able to secure the Duxbury load pocket under more contingency conditions is a big plus, because for our perspective, that's a big portion of load that we want to keep in service as much, you know, as is humanly possible. So the differences in any standards relate to the fact that we face our customers every day. And when we fail them from a reliability perspective, it's not a good day for us. I've personally met with customers who've been in the dark, for days after storms, and they're not happy with us. And we know it, and we work every day to design this reliability into the system to at least minimize those occurrences. We'd love to be able to say we could eliminate them. I don't know that pure elimination is possible. But I can, if anybody else would like to expand.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm looking at page 21 of the petition, table 2. There's a column for passive DR, but there's no column for active DR. Can anyone explain why there is no column for active DR?
Sure, Mr. Shea, I can take that. The reason we don't include active DR when we're looking at load that's lost in a load pocket is active DR is a tool that ISO New England uses, and they call upon it when there is an operating deficiency of generation in the area. So we feel that we shouldn't be subtracting for it because there's a slim chance that it would actually be operating at the time that the contingencies may occur. So we think that would be, that we shouldn't be assuming that generation is going to be there and running, because ISO New England is the one that controls it. They don't call on it that often, so we don't feel that we could count on it to help support the load pocket when the contingencies which take the load pocket out occur.
That's very helpful. Thank you. On the petition at 23, table 3, it talks about the overload. Table 3 demonstrates the overload of lines 191 and 117, and it indicates the thermal overload in terms of percentage of the long-term emergency rating. I understand the long-term emergency rating is the number at which a line should not operate for 12 hours or more. Could anyone say that this this thermal overload is a bit of an illusion because these lines would not have to operate for 12 hours or more? That the underlying problem could be fixed within that time?
Well, I guess depending on what the underlying problem is, it could be fixed in that time. But the truth is, to find a problem, mobilize crews and equipment to the location and implement the fix, oftentimes can take more than a single day, to do it. So, part of it is that we don't know. If you tell us what the problem is, we can go get an exact, amount of time to fix it. But we find it all the time in responding to problems on the system. Sometimes we're delighted and it's like, oh, that's back already, marvelous. And other times we're looking at it going, what do you mean it's still out? What are they doing out there? Mm-hmm. So it's a very difficult thing to characterize.
And to add to what Mr. Andrews said, I would say, especially during inclement weather, if we have a couple of feet on the right of way of snow, then our vehicles can't get out there. So sometimes we've actually had to use, all-terrain vehicles, snowmobiles, but just getting that equipment and then getting the folks out to do the repair and getting the needed, if we need a new pole or tower that's collapsed, we also have to make arrangements to get that out on site. So it can be challenging for an overhead line. We typically think it's going to take a minimum of 24 hours for any type of significant repair.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just one more question. On page 31 of the petition, there's alternative number 1. These are transmission alternatives, and it talks about transmission alternative number one is to reconductor/rebuild lines 191 and 117. What exactly would be involved in reconductoring and rebuilding those lines?
Well, I think in this case, the 191 line, it would have involved basically replacing all the structures with newer, taller, stronger structures, replacing the conductors with larger conductors for its entire length from Auburn Street to Kingston, which is on the vicinity of 16 miles, I think. I'd throw that number out there, subject to check.
Okay.
The 117 line, again, it would be similar. Based on memory, I don't think it was every single pole on the 117 line that had to be replaced, but it was a majority of them. And again, bigger conductors strung in place.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Does anyone else have any more questions on need?
Oh, I do.
Mr. Young, take it away.
I have a line of questions that kind of go over the same ground, but from a different angle, kind of like they mow Fenway and one way, and then they mow Fenway in a different direction. So, Ms. Leonard, these are probably mostly for you, but as with my colleagues, whoever's the best person to answer a question is should do so. Ms. Leonard, you have a response to an information request that is D.P.U. N6, where you state or agree that one of the N-1-1 contingency combinations results in radial service and the other one results in an overload due to excessive regional power flow through the load pocket. Do you see that, or do you?
Excessive regional what? Oh, hold on, John. Excessive regional what?
Excessive regional power flow through the load pocket.
Thank you.
Do you have that, or do you recall that response?
Yes, I have that.
So I want to split it up and take it by each contingency problem at a time, and I will avoid saying what the contingency is, but we can talk about the effect of it, correct?
Yes.
So with the two different contingencies that turn out to be a problem, you have the possibility of excessive flow from south to north to backfeed Auburn Street substation. You have said it, correct?
Yes.
And now that problem, was that both a thermal problem and a voltage problem? Or let's do one at a time. So for thermal, if you get too much current trying to flow through on 115s, you have the possibility of overheating some of those lines, correct?
Yes, that's a thermal issue.
And I'm skipping up into the sort of the project approach types of questions, but I'm looking at two of the possible solutions. I'm going off of Appendix I at this time, so I don't know if that's the latest, but in one case, one of the solutions was to reconductor 117 from Brook to Kingston and also 191 from Kingston to Auburn. I have that right?
Yes.
And I'm not getting too close to CEII. Is that correct? So far.
So far.
Good.
Nope. So far, so good.
There's another alternative that's presented that also reconductors 117 but this one has a new line from Carver to Brook Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that just strikes me a little funny that of the three segments, sort of segment, you might replace B and C or A and B or get higher capacity. But I'm kind of visualizing a flow-through problem. Does that have anything to do with what you said? Some of the criteria are marginal. Are we right on the edge of those ones?
No, not for the thermal issues. The thermal issues, again, are about 120%, so they're fairly substantial.
How would if 191 has a thermal problem, how would replacing putting a second line for 116 and enhancing 117 from Brook to Kingston, how would that? I just have a hard time seeing how that would solve a thermal problem on 191.
The thermal problem on 191 is more related to having.
That's from the radial. That's
yes,
the
radial.
Different contingency. Okay, all right. That helps me. Is there on the flow through? Do you also have a voltage problem on the flow through contingency combination?
We do not.
Okay, all right. So for the flow through, it's a thermal issue, and you can cure that either by reconductoring a certain line or with the project. Is that right?
Yes.
And then for longer range issues, if there's going to be more generation to the south, is one of those alternatives of the other going to give you a better increment in additional capacity of what you could handle for regional flow?
Well, just speaking in general terms, having an additional line into the mix is going to provide greater support to integrating distributed energy resources. So like the project adding a new line, because it also protects against other contingencies on the 115, and if you lose two, you got a new line remaining.
So yes for distributed generation, but also yes for offshore?
Yes.
And that's, you haven't done that, you haven't been required to do an exact analysis on that, but that would just make sense based on your experience in the field?
It's right. It would make sense based on, our general analysis of the area.
Great, thank you. So that's the flow through issue. The other one is the radial issue where you're losing something, and therefore one or more lines coming into the load pocket is stressed because it's a weak line or whatever. Is that about right for the radial issue?
Yes, for the radial issue, after contingencies, the remaining elements become overloaded. They can't handle all the load.
And that one's got both a thermal and a voltage paired up together?
Yes.
The third part of the last part of my questions in each one of these kind of circles back to Mr. Wong's question about which of the sequential analyses show that. So since I'm asking on radial right now, the most recent ISO study shows thermal and voltage at peak for the radial or not?
It only shows a voltage, the most recent ISO utilizing their forecast.
Okay, And so that's the forecast that we were talking about that Mr. Ludwig was saying was much lower than the company's expectation.
Yes, it's 45 megawatts lower than our existing peak from last year.
But you still have the voltage issue. You still have a voltage issue as you calculate.
Yes, we do.
And ISO thinks so too.
Yes, they do.
And so I didn't hit it before, but for the flow through thermal issue, was that found in all the different iterations of study?
It was found in the original 2016 SEMA Rhode Island needs assessment, and it was identified also in the Eversource analysis using their 2020 forecast.
Okay, so not in all of them, but at least in those two.
Yes.
And I think you said that one is dependent on the regional flows, which plants are on or off. Is that right?
Yes, exactly.
And so that ties into my question about what's most robust for handling more offshore wind, correct?
Yes, again, as we mentioned, we feel having an additional source line in the area would provide the most robust solution.
I thank you for answering the questions in the same questions in a different sequence or whatever that was.
Thank you.
I think I might have a few follow-up questions as well, Mr. Shea.
Please go ahead, Mr. Green.
So getting back to load forecasting, the company's load forecasts and its treatment of various issues, I wanted to return to the question of PV capacity to explore the issue of intermittency of PV resources. So we confirmed before that the company's load forecast is looking at non-coincident peak of its substations in the load pocket, correct?
That's correct.
And I would imagine that even in the summertime, there may still be some amount of PV production happening at on average during a non-coincident peak time of day.
That's correct.
But weather is a variable thing and PV production is subject to weather conditions. So let's imagine that there's 100 megawatts of PV capacity, and by the late afternoon, when the non-coincident peak presumably occurs, maybe we're down to 25, megawatts on average of PV output. Are you with me so far?
Yep.
But that's an average. So, if a bunch of clouds are rolling by in that area, the PV production could be 0, or it could be still at 25 megawatts, which, assumes 100% insulation for that time of day. Again,
Yep.
Are you with me?
Yep.
So from a forecasting standpoint, how do you deal with that range of uncertainty about how much production is likely to be happening from the PV capacity during the non-coincident peak?
Yep, no, that's a fair question. So what we currently do is we analyze solar output, and then we look at what time the peak hour occurs on the system, or where it has occurred in recent history. So for the Cape region, it's about 15 to 20% of solar output is available at the hour of the peak. Now, as you just stated, it's possible that a thunderstorm could roll through at the peak hour. It's not uncommon for that to happen on a hot, humid afternoon. If that were the case, then the solar output, in theory, could drop to 0. So there's no perfect answer here on how to account for that. Our current approach is we assume about 15 to 20% of the solar will be effective at the hour of the peak. We currently we are asked to provide point estimates as opposed to ranges. So when you're asked to provide a point estimate, you kind of have to dig your heels in and make an assumption and go with that.
So would you say that that point estimate that you use in your forecast, where does that fall in the range of the possible in terms of maximum output at that hour versus zero?
It would lean towards more of the worst case scenario type of max output.
Could we get a precise answer in terms of where it falls in that range? And maybe that's a record request if you're not prepared to answer that specifically right now.
I mean, I trying to quantify the impact of clouds coming through on the peak afternoon day. And you have to remember, every single house with solar panels, their roof's going to be facing different directions. And we do not have data on these rooftop solar panels. So it would be very, other than really taking a swag at it, we really don't have any idea as to measure the output or what that range of output could be on a peak day.
I think for clarity of the record, you should define what a swag is.
A swag would be an educated guess.
I don't believe that corresponds to the actual letters.
I honestly, I will admit, I don't even know what that means. So I may need to retract that.
Wild and guess, I think, are part of it, but I'm not sure about the A.
Scientific wild assumptions and guesses. How's that?
Good enough. So I understand, obviously, the limits of the company's knowledge about customer PV installations, which you are not, you did not install and may not even be monitoring them directly. But your sense is that they, again, your point estimate is on the sort of more cautious side of the distribution. The less optimistic side, that is.
Yeah, I guess depending on what angle you're taking. You know, our forecast assumes that it's going to be a sunny peak afternoon day.
So again, given the potential significance of this issue, is the amount of PV capacity is no longer in the boutique range, but it's becoming very substantial. Can we ask for the company's work papers or calculations behind the swag that you just mentioned?
No, I should step back. Our current estimates are not a swag. To try to estimate a range of potential outcomes, if as clouds could potentially roll in on a peak afternoon, that's where we would start getting into an estimation. Our current assumption is that on the peak afternoon, it's going to be sunny. And our solar output is going to be reflective of a sunny day at 6 p.m. And what is the output of solar generation on a sunny day at 6 p.m.? And there's no swags going on there. That's what we do.
Okay, I think I misunderstood your prior testimony then, because I thought you were assuming something other than full productivity of the solar capacity at the time of the non-coincident peak.
So it's not at full capacity. At 6 p.m., it's at, say, 15 to 20% output, but that's measurable. There's no estimation going on there. We have data to support the 15 to 20% solar output at 6 p.m. in the evening.
Right. What I mean when I say full capacity, I don't mean nameplate rating of the solar installations. I mean, assuming maximum insolation for that time of day and how the sun, how much energy the sun provides for electrical generation at that hour. And that's what you're saying, is that you're assuming essentially full potential for the conditions at that hour.
That's correct.
So that actually seems rather optimistic.
Yep. Depending on the year, and again, we can't control the weather. I should note, solar 15 to 20% is a much smaller number than 100% at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. So another PV related issue that I just wanted to make sure that we understand is when you are assuming that PV provides a certain amount of capacity to the system during non-coincident peak, how does the company address the vulnerability of PV to trip offline when there's some sort of a system disruption, and that capacity not being reliable, not so much because of weather, but just because of a disruption on the system that takes the PV offline due to protection equipment located in inverters or elsewhere on the system? Anybody want to take that one on?
Keith, you got that, or you want me to go?
Why don't you start and I'll chime in?
Okay. Well, I think that's why we reconstitute the large solar facilities, back into the peak load forecast, is to address those exact issues.
What do you mean by reconstitute?
Well, when we take a look at the system peak, we take a look at the output of those solar facilities at that same time, and recognize that their I'll call it masking load, but their supplying load locally that we would see on the system if they had not been there. It goes to the gross load number versus the net load number.
So are you saying, Mr. Andrew, that that large PV installations would actually be negated in the capacity analysis, or that the loads are re-added to the forecast because the PV might not be available due to this factor of lines tripping and PV going offline?
Yeah, Keith, you want to come in here a little bit?
Sure. And from a planning standpoint, not only looking at outages on the transmission system, when you get down into the bulk distribution system, if you lost a substation transformer and then have to close a bus tiebreaker or do distribution transfers, like we talked about earlier, for a voltage dip, those DGs will trip offline. And it will not self-restore until it returns back to like 91.7% voltage, and 5 minutes later. Many of these contingency events that we looked at end up as a result of an area outage, a transformer trips, and then we close the bus tiebreaker. All the individual standalone DGs that are on reclosers will trip offline because the reclosers that are at the point of common coupling that form the protection for the distribution circuit are on one shot to lockout. They're not permitted to reclose. So those DG assets, typically 500 kW or greater, will trip off and stay offline until the dispatcher returns them to service. That's another reason why we reconstitute our load forecast for the standalone DGs, because we need to know what the unmasked load is for each substation that we have to serve in their absence. Secondly, they trip offline, like I said. So from a contingency standpoint, they're gone when some of these events occur.
And that that statement applies to, you said 500 kW and above PV or DG installations and not below 500 kW?
That's correct. 500 kW and above is the threshold where we require a recloser at the point of the common coupling, and especially if the DG resource is standalone, not behind the meter. If it's standalone below 500, then it's on a fuse, which we have no telemetry or control over, and especially if it's roof mounted behind the meter, we wouldn't see it anyway. But certainly if it's standalone, we will trip it offline because of the recloser. And even if it's behind the meter, if there's an outage before we restore, it also will trip offline because of the outage. The inverter must stay offline for at least 5 minutes after restoration.
Do you have any idea, as of now, what percentage of the DG capacity in this area would be above 500 kW and use reclosers versus the percent that's below 500 kW and presumably does not have reclosers?
It's something that we would be able to supply with a record request.
Would be able to or would not?
Would.
Okay, let's make that a record request then.
Okay, and that'll be record request RR-DPU-18.
This may be an addendum to that record request. But I'm wondering now, with the increasing interest and use of battery backups for PV installations, whether the discussion that we were just having about reconstituting load for PV over 500 kW would look different if an installation had, let's say, enough on-site battery storage to handle a few hours of load interruption or otherwise make the output of that system more reliable.
Initially, I do not think it would make much of a difference, even if PV were coupled with battery storage, because it has to follow the same interconnection criteria that we would require for standalone solar. That is a recloser at the point of interconnection on one shot to lockout. So if there was an area outage or a voltage dip as a result of a transmission contingency, even the PV coupled with battery storage would be required to trip offline if the voltage went to 0.88 per unit and trip off within 2 seconds. So the interconnection standards would be the same. And in terms of,
I guess the question though is about reconstituting load also. So again, if this customer is able to isolate from the grid and provide its own energy needs using battery storage, is there a need to reconstitute that load if they're supplying themselves using their battery installation?
If you're speaking about an area outage where a customer can self-serve with the battery from stored solar, then it's not something that we would have to reconstitute. It's an area outage. If I understand your question correctly.
Well, I think most of the larger solar, ones that we've been talking about, the 500 kW and above, there's a limited number of them that actually have their own load. Most of them are, supplying into the distribution system, probably under a net metering situation where the customers are remote. There are some businesses that may have that.
So you're describing a virtual net metering where there's essentially no load on site with the PV installation.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, I don't know, Keith, maybe you would have a much closer perspective to it than I do now, but that was very common a couple of years ago, where the customer loads that they were net metering against were not on their side of the point of interconnection. It was, done via adding meter outputs together.
That's still correct. That's still correct. So the ones that we received through net metering in the past and the new ones that we're receiving through the SMART program, all of them are net metering. They fill out a form called a Schedule Z where they indicate accounts that they want to credit their output against. And that's how they net meter. So in many cases, they do not have any of their own load on their own point of common coupling. The entirety of the output of the PV array and the battery is exported to the Eversource distribution system, and then the output is credited against those accounts on the Schedule Z.
Okay. Mr. Jones, you used a term of art, I think, and you said it rather quickly, and I want to make sure it's clear. It was something along the lines of point to lockout. I can't remember your exact wording, but could you just explain what that is?
One shot to lockout. Usually we have protective devices on the distribution system, starting with the feeder breaker at the substation, and then the feeder goes down. You might have side circuits with reclosers. You might have sectionalizers further down. So on a distribution system where we wish to promote reliable operation, if there's an outage that is temporary caused by a tree branch incidentally rubbing against the power line, we don't want to have a permanent outage as a result of that incident. So a recloser will reclose at least 3 or 4 times before it permanently locks out, so that there's not a permanent outage that we have to send trouble crews and line crews to patrol the entire circuit to find where the fault location is. Because usually if it's a tree branch that momentarily contacted and fell, they would never be able to find it. So a recloser would be on multiple reclosing schemes. Will open for a moment, then reclose, and if the fault is gone, it will stay online and there will be no permanent interruption. Distributed generation on a recloser is on one shot to lockout because we want them offline if there is a fault on the distribution circuit, because I don't want their output to contribute to fault current amperes on the circuit and cause additional customer damage. So one shot to lockout means is when their recloser opens, it stays open and it does not reclose.
Until when?
Until the dispatcher recloses it automatically, or by sending a command through the distribution automation system to close it.
Right, until some kind of manual action is taken, either remotely through our SCADA system or locally by a trouble crew on site.
Okay. I have a few more questions, Mr. Shea. I'm wondering if I should finish them up or whether you want to take our break.
It would be a good time for a break. We just said we were going to break at 3:30. So why don't we break for 15 minutes and we'll be back here at 3:45. Okay, thank you very much. How are we set up? Well, Mr. Andrew isn't back. Kathy, is this panel is essentially Mr. Ludwig, Mr. Soderman, Ms. Leonard, and Mr. Burnham. Mr. Andrews answering a lot of questions too.
Yes, yeah, if we could wait for him to return, and also,
Okay. Who else?
Mr. Sod, oh,
Um,
Mr. Sodman, sorry.
Sorry, I was muted for a moment.
Right, okay, mostly. While we're waiting for Mr. Andrew, let me just say that David Arsenal, it's 3:45, 3:46 now. We usually try to get done by 4:30. That may not be possible today. But it would be all right with you, David, if we ran over a little?
Yeah, yeah. But in keeping with that, as everybody's hurrying to get out of here, and for every hurry that we do, I go further and further into the deep hole.
I'm sorry?
I go further into a deep hole because it gets harder as people speak quicker.
Oh, yes.
The compensation I ask for is, let's keep it organized and keep it clear so that I can continue to write. The faster it is, the harder it is. So
Yeah.
it's still technical. We're all kind of getting used to each other. And when you get on a roll, it's downhill and super downhill. So I can't always be stopping you when the ball starts rolling. But I really need that. And I especially need it now as it gets getting late in the day. I'm beat. My brain is saying no. I can do it, but I can do it much better. And my comfort level is much higher as everybody cooperates and just keep it as a measured pace. Okay. It's very easy to get sloppy at this time of the day. So that's my plea for saving the court reporter.
Okay, well, that's a very reasonable request, and we'll all try to follow that by talking at an appropriate rate of speed.
Yep.
And I just wanted to add, Mr. Shea, that I think we could also try to help by avoiding rough language like swag.
Hey, if swag was the hardest thing that was said today, I'd be in good shape. By the way, just a technicality for, is it Schedule Z or Schedule C, Mr. Jones?
Schedule Z, as in zebra.
It is Z. Okay, that's what I took.
And David, another word you might not have caught was Andy said insolation with an O, not insulation with a U. And I imagine
Hold on a second. So the two words that are in my mind are installation or insulation, but it's not either of those.
insolation, S-O-L.
Insulation.
Yeah, it's about.
I think the witnesses understood it that way.
Photons.
Sun, solar sun.
Solar sun. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for saying that. That I would not have caught.
Mr. Andrew is still AWOL. Can anybody try reaching him?
Kathy, do you have a way of contacting Bob Andrew?
I think he's on now. I see
Yeah.
his name.
Oh,
He's coming.
Not showing, so.
I'll try to text him.
I'll send him a text right now.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And while we're waiting, just as a preview, I have about 3 project alternative questions and 5 magnetic field questions. And we're gonna run Miss Ruxton's questions, like the balance of her questions again this afternoon.
Well, I suppose I could start and
Mr. Andrew has made his appearance. Greetings, Mr. Andrew.
My apologies.
Oh, no, we're just very happy to see you.
Oh, thank you.
So let's go back on the record, and Mr. Green had the floor.
thank you. I wanted to again return to my interest in load forecasting and explore another topic regarding energy storage and the recent adoption of the Clean Peak program. I'm wondering if any of the witnesses are familiar with the Massachusetts Clean Peak program and can discuss it in the context of load forecasting. Really?
I guess, can you get a little more specific, I guess?
I can.
Terms, yeah.
Can anyone give me a general definition of the Clean Peak program so that I do not have to testify?
Well, to be honest, from it is still on my to-do list to read the, the law on the document.
I suppose I could offer my understanding of the Clean Peak program is that it's intended to, over time, ensure that increasing portions of the peak load within the Commonwealth are served by certain clean energy resources, including energy storage.
That sounds right to me. And would you agree that the basic mechanism for doing that is the use of battery storage projects that would be recharged with a presumed infusion of clean energy, that they're paired with a renewable energy source in some way?
I think my understanding of the program is that it's intended to be something of a certificate trading program where entities that have load obligations have to buy a certain amount of certificates on peak. That those certainly could come from energy storage resources that were charged with clean energy. The certificates also could come, say, directly from clean energy resources that happen to be generating during the peak period. So my understanding is that it could be a mix, but I do agree with you that I think the expectation is that energy storage would play a role in providing those certificates.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll just back up to ask whether the company's load forecast, its own load forecast, as opposed to the ISO forecast, took into consideration the influence of the Clean Peak program and perhaps dampening demand or increasing available capacity resources to meet demand in the load area that we're talking about for the project.
The company has not included any assumptions around battery storage in the load forecasts, which I believe is consistent with the ISO forecast as well.
Can you explain further why the company did not assume anything regarding battery storage and particularly the Clean Peak program, since that is now an adopted final regulation of the state?
So to my knowledge, there are not currently any batteries out there reducing demand. And if I'm misspeaking, someone can jump in. But generally, when we do our forecast, we're looking at stuff that's happening, and we need some examples of what's actually happening to actually know how to model it. Electric vehicles is obviously something that's happening right now. We have a way to model that. We're including that. Solar, it's happening. We model that. This is something we would look at in future years' forecasts, but I don't think it would be appropriate The second something gets signed into law, to just start including it, not having any information as to when these projects will actually be built.
So just for purposes of a general discussion today, and I will ask a record request later, but for general discussion purposes, accept the basic premise that the Clean Peak program incentivizes owners of on-site energy storage capacity to dispatch that that storage for either its own use behind the meter, or potentially have that flow out onto the grid as net generation, or net dispatch, if you want to call it that, during a prescribed window of peak hours. So for example, during a summer day, it might be from, say, 4 o'clock in the afternoon to 8 p.m. that the participant in Clean Peak is receiving some type of incentive, financial incentive, for producing output during those hours. That's my general description of how the Clean Peak program is supposed to work. And if you buy that premise, I'm wondering whether, if there were a large amount of batteries participating in the Clean Peak program that reliably were dispatching during that window of time from 4 to 8 p.m. in the summer, whether that would have any bearing on whether the project is needed in this case.
Dan, can I add something?
Sure.
So we currently do not have a lot of PV coupled with battery storage or standalone battery storage in the Eastern Mass South footprint. There are exactly 2 right now that I am aware of that actively participate in ISO New England markets, such as frequency regulation. But I am aware of a large number of new applicants coming in through the SMART program, where PV arrays are coupled with battery storage, or battery storage is being added to existing PV array installations. These right now are being studied as cluster studies, and the department is aware of them under at least 3 other dockets right now: D.P.U. 17164, group studies at saturated stations; D.P.U. 19155, which is cost allocation proposals; and D.P.U. 2075, which is the company performing group and cluster studies by substation in order to complete these studies as a group, instead of first in, first out like we were doing in the past. It will take some time for the company to complete these studies. The indications are that the substation and distribution upgrades necessary to accommodate them will be very significant. And I do recall that we stated in the petition and in the SEMA RI studies that were attached that time is of the essence for completing this transmission upgrade. It was actually identified as a need at a earlier or a load level that has since passed. Since the company identified that we need to get the line in service by 2022 with an approximate 10-month construction date, it will not be possible for some of these battery storage applicants to even get online by the time of need for the company's project.
Okay, and I understand your time sensitivity argument. I thought you might have been going in the direction of saying that this project is actually needed as a remedy to what's being studied in the cluster analysis of being able to interconnect all the storage and PV out there, that you need a certain amount of, sort of transmission capability to begin with to move that power around. Is that the point you were also making, or not?
That is also a valid point. Studies are not yet complete, so we do not know the full full requirements of all transmission and substation upgrades. We'll be able to know that probably by the first week of April. But I also echo Mr. Ludwig's concerns that we don't know how these are going to be dispatched. We don't know how these are going to be operated. So it's kind of difficult to accommodate these or into our load forecasting methodology when it's all quite new to us. Just like the intermittency of solar and how much of solar is appropriate for a particular hour or load level should be included in the forecast. We still don't know at this point how much battery storage and how it operates to be cognizant enough on how to treat it from a load forecasting standpoint. And that's the other reason why I bring this up.
Yeah. So I definitely understand the caution about your sense of timing, that the solution is needed rather imminently, and all of the storage related questions are a little speculative perhaps, and may not be a remedy to what the need is that you're seeing. But nevertheless, I mean, these programs have been adopted and they are of a significant scale. And my concern is that we don't have a record that explicitly gives the company's assessment of the effect of the Clean Peak program. And I'll add the SMART program as well, which you've alluded to. So I think that would be the basis of my record request, which is to have the company analyze its expectations for project development under the Clean Peak program and the SMART program that could potentially delay or perhaps even preclude the need for this project, and what the company's assessment is of how much capacity might be provided and whether that is relevant to the question of project need in this case. And I realize, again, it's a speculative question, and I would encourage the company to look at a range of possibilities in answering that question.
Could I offer an answer? This would be more from the perspective of the non-transmission alternatives analysis than so much from the load forecasting, but I think it might get to a possible answer to the question you're trying to ask.
Sure.
We in doing the non-transmission alternatives analysis, we did analyze the scale and the cost of a combination of solar and batteries that would be necessary, that would be sufficient to meet the need in the area absent construction of the project. I think I would refer everyone to the top of page 39 in the petition. For example, there we state that we found that the projected duration of the need could be up to 23 hours. And that drove a substantial size requirement for solar and storage, which is described later in the answer to an information request. But essentially, given the fact that the Clean Peak standard is focused on kind of the key peak hours during the day, and at least I think the tendency recently by developers has been to focus on the batteries in the 2 to 4 hour range. I don't believe that the Clean Peak standard or battery development, at least as we're seeing it now, would lead to enough storage being installed to have a material impact on the need for the project. I believe you also asked about the SMART program. We did include in that assessment the impact of the impact of the SMART program on solar development specifically.
Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that. And you're actually raising a very interesting point, which is sometimes the boundary between the load forecasting part of what we do and the non-transmission analysis gets a little blurry. And in my mind, and I want to see if you agree with this, that the distinction, as it concerns, let's say, storage or PV, is that the amount of sort of default storage and PV that may happen as a result of generally available state programs such as SMART and Clean Peak is kind of factored in on the load forecasting side. But when you're talking about a non-transmission alternative, you're really discussing a sort of purposeful intervention in the market by the company to avoid the alternative project, which in this case is a transmission line. Is that a sort of useful way to distinguish the two aspects, if you will, of PV and energy storage?
Yes, I would say that the forecasting side is a projection of what the company believes would happen, given history and incentives and things like that. Whereas for the purposes of looking at non-transmission alternatives, we take a look at hypothetically what would need to happen, what additional resources would need to be installed in order to defer the need for the project. And in this case, the amount of additional resources and the cost and the impacts of those were substantial.
Okay, my
So,
my
Mr.
last
Green-
question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Green, we want to go ahead with that record request? I just want to give it a number.
Oh,
So the record request, as I have it, was to ask the company to analyze its expectations for project development under the Clean Peak and SMART programs to see if that might reduce or preclude the need for the project. Is that still an accurate statement?
it is, and again, I did mention that I'd like the company to do some sensitivity analysis around that, given the uncertainties of the programs.
Okay. Well, that, for the record, that will be RR-DPU-19.
Thank you. So my last question, or maybe group of questions, if it turns out to be the case, is going back to the difference in ISO's forecast of negative compound annual growth rates of, I think you said 3.5% or so. Was their trajectory versus the company's peak load increase of 0.5%?
That's correct.
I wanted to explore the question of whether, or not whether, but what degree of load reductions starting from the year that you began your forecast, what percent reduction rate would be necessary to basically wipe out the need for the project? Is there a certain amount of negative annual growth rate that would eliminate both the thermal and voltage violations that are supporting your view of need for the project?
I think Ms. Leonard might be able to.
I might be able to help with that. We didn't do any specific analysis, but we know that, the 2020 peak was 165 megawatts. The ISO 2020 SALT forecast had a peak of the load pocket of 120 megawatts. We still did see the voltage need at 120 megawatts. So it would have to be a further reduction from 165 down to 120 and a bit more to fully eliminate the voltage and thermal violations.
And do you know what that reference point would be?
No, we did not look at it specifically.
Okay, then let's make that a record request as well, which would be for the demand level at which the voltage and thermal violations supporting the need would no longer be present.
Okay, and that is record request RR-DPU-20.
Let me just ask, have I just essentially asked you to define what the critical load level is? Is that sort of the same thing that I've just stated?
Pretty much, yes.
And we don't have that on the record in this case?
Not for the at the load level, not at the load pocket level.
Okay. Well, then I guess the record request stands. All right, I'm done, Mr. Shea.
Does anyone else have questions? Anyone else on the from the department have questions on these subjects? If not, we'll move on to EMF.
It's
Mr. Wang.
project alternatives, Mr. Shea.
Sorry, project alternative. Yes, excuse me.
So really quickly, this might feed off of Mr. Green's last question. With regard to an NTA in the form of a battery, I believe the company said you would need a 50 megawatt injection into the load pocket. Is that related at all to what we were talking about before? I'm sorry, I might be conflating two different issues, but does that come into play at all in this scenario? With regard to having more distributed resources.
Yeah, I think it does come into play in relation to the question Mr. Green was just asking. I think we can definitively say the load reduction would be in the neighborhood of 50 megawatts, as shown by the battery alternative.
Just to clarify, so you might 5015.
50, yeah. But to determine the actual number, we would have to go through, or Ms. Leonard will have to go through, doing it by scaling down the loads. And by doing that, you will probably come up with a slightly different number. It could be 55, something like that. It will be in the neighborhood of 50 megawatts, just as this injection is 50. I think if I'm inferring where you're going with your question, but I agree with you, it does give an indication of what the load reduction would be too. It just doesn't give it definitively.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Mr. Green, nothing further on that, right? Okay, so if I could refer the company to page 36 of the petition, specifically where the company shows the ISO New England solution study comparison matrix. I have a couple of questions about the particular criterion that are quoted in that table. Whenever you're ready, whoever is going to answer, give me a signal. Thanks.
Could you repeat that? Where the
Page
reference?
36,
36.
It's table 9. I'm just going to start the question. The fourth line of the table lists ease of constructability as a criterion that the project scored top in. Could someone tell me what is considered in this category? Because I see a separate category for environmental impacts. So I want more description on ease of constructability, if you would.
Okay. And in this particular case, I think what we were looking at was because this is a separate independent line, we would be able to build it without adversely affecting the existing operating infrastructure. For instance, if you were to go and pull conductors on the open side of a double circuit tower, typically for safety reasons, you may de-energize that other circuit and take it out of service and put the system in an N-1 condition just to do planned work. Because this was a brand new line constructed down an existing right-of-way adjacent but not connecting to facilities, you could do the work with a minimum of interaction with the existing system. So from that point of view, it's easier to construct because you're not affecting the normal operation of the rest of the system.
Okay, I think I understood. If you look at the company's response to information request DPU PA3, I think that largely mirrors what you just told me. Is that right, Mr. Andrew?
Let me look at PA3. Yes, yeah, I think the explanations in PA3 go into maybe a little bit more details than I tried to summarize, but yes.
Thank you. Finally, for the comparison matrix, I see alternative 4, which is, I guess, the reconductoring option. It scores better than the project in environmental and abutter impacts. Could you, for the record, anyone on the panel, for the record, just provide a summary of why it would be the case? Does reconductoring afford project construction benefits, or does this have to do with the length of the new lines?
Well, I think in say for the last one, for a butter impact, what we recognize is that there's still only one line in the right of way, so visual impact, things of that nature are probably less. You know, there is a little less activity in the right of way typically from a reconductoring, although in this case, you know, in some cases where the structures are being replaced also. But again, it's, you know, in the end, in the right of way that the abutters are living next to, there's only one line instead of two. So that tends to create, you know, reduced impact. And reduced environmental impact is really from a similar kind of situation. We generally have access roads in the right of way that allow us to get equipment to that existing line. And so, you know, it's a lot easier or there's less environmental impact because work areas may already be defined out there to be able to do this work.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Andrew. And on that same note about reconductoring, on the flip side, the company says, for example, in the petition at 31, that planned outages due to reconductoring are not ideal because adverse weather conditions mean that a line would have to be put back in service during reconductoring. Could somebody explain to me how this pans out in practice? Is reconductoring done in segments, or how would you put a line that's being reconductored back on and off line?
Yeah, it would be that the line would be. Well, Chris, do you want to take this? I see
Yeah,
you
yeah.
just-
So when you're setting up to do a reconductoring, right, you'll take an outage and you'll set up your restoration plan depending on what the system operator is going to call for, right? So he says, I need a 4-hour recall time. I need a 24-hour recall time. You'll set up your plan for basically how far apart you'll take the system before you can give it back. And you'll string it basically between dead ends on the towers, right? And you have to do that regardless. So you're always kind of stringing one section at a time between dead ends because the reels that you're going to get are only just so long.
So it's like regular stringing where if you've started something, you can't stop it.
Between dead ends, that's correct.
Okay.
Right. The only thing you may conceivably do, and it's something that the company probably be very reticent to want to engage in this, is energize it while it's still in the stringing blocks. But that is not a good idea.
Okay. So I'm taking that it's not hard to toggle between on and off for the line from what you're saying, because if you don't want it to be energized while it's in the stringing blocks, that means you want to have it strung out already. So you'd rather do that than let it go on.
Well, so if you're looking at a situation like that while you're trying to minimize outages, then the other mechanism that you could conceivably do, you wouldn't string it basically along on the ground and then try and pick it up. You can't do that because you're going to have road crossings, right? So you can't just kind of have it over the roads like that. So one mechanism you can do is to build either a separate pole line to move an individual conductor on that. And as you take each phase out to do the stringing, right, you can take a short outage, make your cutovers at the end to tie into this additional wire. And then whatever phase that you've now kind of disconnected, you can string that, move on to the next phase, make your cutovers at the endpoints at the transition, and then string the next wire and kind of work your way across the transmission line that way.
Okay.
But that mechanism, keep in mind, is may not necessarily have the same low environmental effect, right? Because now you're kind of building a third of a transmission line off to the side that you're taking advantage of for this purpose.
Mm-hmm. Just to bring it back to the crux of the question, which was about outages due to adverse weather conditions, would the company, I mean, obviously, I'm assuming the company would take into account whether there are going to be adverse weather conditions before setting out on a reconductoring of between dead ends. Is that correct?
Yes. So when a system, for example, if we expect a storm event to be coming up, the operators will actually kind of call out in advance to restore the line. They're trying to not restore the line and ask for that, very fast recall time. So in particular, if they know that there is a big weather event coming, and they've taken basically a full outage to maybe string a section, they'll say, hey, look, get the line back up ready, get us through the storm, and then we can resume the work.
Okay, and just from hearing your answer and from asking, I think I understand that this is for in general. This isn't just because in this area, in this particular topology of the transmission system, that you require all this on and off because
I can't speak to that specifically. We haven't requested our operators take a look at that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, when you're requesting your outages and you're requesting your recall times, we're waiting for the operations groups to say, this is what we need, this is what you can do. And a lot of that will be specific not only to the transmission line that you're looking at, but also the time of year and what sort of generation can be used as a backup, whether that's generation that exists on the system already, or you're taking a look at supplanting with additional portable generation at load centers.
So I'm going to move on to the next question, which comes back to the company's response to information request D.P.U. PA3. If you could get that ready. I think this is a quick question though, so I'm going to just read out the rest of my question. The company provides the approximate duration of construction for the 3 transmission alternatives as ranges, whereas the project has one estimated value. My question is whether this is because the design and scoping of the project is more concrete, or if not, could the company tell me whether 10 months is a lower bound or a higher bound? Just so it's apples to apples rather than orange, because 10 months looks like it is the lower bound of another alternative. I want to see if this is, if I can compare them.
Perhaps Elizabeth Johnson, the project manager, could respond to this. She's already been sworn in, but hasn't been participating on the panel today.
Awesome. Sure.
Yeah, sure, I can jump in. So you're correct in your question. So the proposed alternative number 2 is more developed in engineering design and just the overall process, whereas the other 3 alternatives, 1, 3, and 4, are in more preliminary stages of engineering, and therefore we've tried to capture an approximate window of the duration, sort of the low and high end, because until the design is moved to a further state, it's hard to pinpoint an exact duration.
Mm-hmm. I understand that, but at the same time, and not to belabor the point, but if the project were to go slightly over like 1 or 2 months, it would be in the same range as one of the other alternatives. I believe it was alternative 4. So is it fair to say that they're comparable in terms of time frame? They all look to me like, I know 5 months can be a big difference, but they all look to me to be almost in the same range. Is that a fair statement to say?
I would agree with that. Order of magnitude within a few months of each other. But as I said, subject to those dates and durations could be refined if we were to bring the other alternatives through a more refined degree of engineering.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. That's all I have for project alternatives. Does anyone else on the bench have questions? Okay,
I don't believe anyone does on the bench, no. So would you, is EMF the next subject?
Yep. That's right.
Mr. Wang, you have the floor.
Yep, thank you. So on page 54 of the petition, the company writes that it obtained the base case models for the EMF analysis for the year 2022. I understand that. I want to connect a couple dots for the record, and just to have Mr. Soderman, if you could confirm whether the company also modeled the power flow on the new line based off of 2022 forecasted loading, or was it based off of another year of forecasted loading?
So we took those load flows that were basically from the year 2022. That's what we used from the calculation. So our system planners ran the base case with a particular generation dispatch for the year 2022. And we just took those currents and we used that in our magnetic field calculations.
And that's because it's assumed that this project would come online in 2022.
Yes.
Thanks. And looking at the tables for EMF on pages 55 and 56 of the petition, I'll give you a second to get there, and I'll give myself a couple of seconds to get there too. Okay, so in both tables, the company shows different sections with different EMF impacts. For example, you have Carver substation to Spring Street substation, and then from Spring Street to Brook Street, and so on. Could I ask if And okay, and we also have to look at the Appendix F from the petition, which shows the cross sections of the right-of-way. Do these sections in the tables correspond to certain cross sections provided in the Appendix F of the petition? And if so, could you point me to which ones correspond to which?
Yeah, give me just a moment. I have to go grab the cross section. So if you can bear with me just a moment.
Yeah, and just so everyone is clear, I think there are cross sections that are labeled similar to the ones in the EMF tables, but from Brook Street to Kingston substations, it's more broken down. So I wanted more clarity on that.
Okay, so give me just a moment here.
Yep, take your time.
So if you take a look, right, if you take a look at the cross sections, right, so what we have coming out of Carver substation, for example, right, you have the existing vertical line and then you have the H-frame. So that's kind of one section there. And that's looking to basically from Carver to Spring Street. So that corresponds with that first layer of calculations. And then you take a look, the second one kind of corresponds with the proposed case, right, where you have the new line from Spring Street to Brook Street, and that corresponds with that second cross section. So if you take a look at cross sections 3 and cross sections 5, you'll notice that those are essentially the same, right? Where you have an existing H-frame and a new and an existing distribution line with a new vertical 115 kV line on the right side of the corridor of the page. And so what you have is this one location that's at location, at structure 115A, and that's cross section 4. And that's just where the distribution for that one span was kind of illustrated differently from the cross sections. However, it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. So we kind of combined the last 3 cross sections into a single representation for the electric and the magnetic fields. Obviously, in the vicinity of this one structure, it's going to be a little bit different, but nothing substantial.
So since figures 3 and 5 of Appendix F are the same, would you say that that was the representative case that you used for modeling the section between Brook Street and Kingston substation? Excuse me.
Correct. That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. And for that different one, which is figure 4, could you speculate as to whether the EMF effects are higher or lower than would have been?
Yeah. So when you take
Sorry, I didn't hear the ending.
Than would have been.
Yeah. So when you take a look at those cross sections, what actually changes as you approach that angle location is the configuration of the distribution line. That's really what changes there. So even though the transmission structures actually look different, they're designed to maintain the same phase spacing going forward and back. So that even though their phase spacing and their separation in the right of way look a little bit different, they actually end up in the same place. And since because the transmission circuits are going to dominate the fields, the changes are going to be minimal.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. So we're looking at the same tables again. tables 13 and 14 in the petition. And just so I can say this for sure, am I reading the table right in that the minus sign edge of the right-of-way represents the western edge of the right-of-way, and the plus sign edge of the right-of-way represents the eastern edge of the right-of-way?
That is correct. Essentially, the minus, this is oriented looking from Carver towards Kingston, right? So the line does kind of turn a little bit there, but in general, I would say the minus edge of the right-of-way represents either the west or north edge of right-of-way, and the plus edge represents the east and or south edge of right-of-way.
Okay.
Depending on kind of how the corridor turns there.
Thank you. That's fair. So also looking at these tables, I think the company in the next page describes the next couple pages, or the pages before, states that the tables show that the EMF values are generally being reduced. Could you tell me what part of the table supports that? Because I don't see them all being reduced. Could you provide a more granular description rather?
Yep. So when you take a look, so there are, when you take a look at tables 13, and you take a look at table 14. So except for the minus edge of the right-of-way for Carver to Spring Street and Spring Street to Brook Street, right? In those locations, the magnetic fields are increasing. However, in the other portions of the table, you can see that the magnetic fields are actually decreasing from the existing to the proposed.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to, I wanted to get like a more precise answer rather than it's all being reduced. And since we're on this page of the petition, I would like the company, or Mr. Soderman, to scroll down to page 56 and look at table 15 of the petition.
Yes.
So there are two organizations listed in the table for reference to levels for whole body exposure to EMF. I want to get on the record. Does ICNIRP stand for the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection?
Correct. International Council on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection. If you'll note, actually, in the footnote, it actually calls that out in footnote 22.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. What then does ICES stand for?
So, yep, that is the International Commission on Electromagnetic Safety.
Okay.
And that is an organization, that is a board on the IEEE.
Okay. And since we're in the footnotes, it looks like 22 and 23 in the footnotes are duplicated. Is that a mistake?
It does appear that's the case. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the second footnote should refer to the International Commission on
Electromagnetic Safety.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you could provide that right now, or if we should take that as a record request.
It would probably be more appropriate to quickly do it as a record request so that I can actually give you the proper text.
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay, so that, for the record, that would be record request RR-DPU-21. And do you want to state specifically what you're looking for?
I would like the company to provide a corrected citation for the ICES reference level in footnote 23 of the petition.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's record request RR-DPU-21.
Okay, and one last question on magnetic fields. If I could point.
Hold on a second. Did you say 21?
21, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
One last question for magnetic fields. Mr. Sarderman, if you could refer to the company's response to information request D.P.U. MF3.
I don't get the letters.
MF3.
Thank you, magnetic field. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so if you could look at the response to part B, I need some clarification. It looks like the company states that it selected phasing for the Carver substation to Spring Street substation configuration that results in higher values on the west side of the right-of-way because there are more homes on the west side of the right-of-way. Is that a typo somewhere?
Take a look at B. So the section.
Is it B? I might have missed.
No, I think it's B, right? And so as I read that request now, for the section between Carver substation and Spring Street substation, a phasing of ACB will yield a lower field value on the east side of the right-of-way, but a higher value on the west side of the right-of-way. Because there are more homes on the west side of the right-of-way for this section, the ABC phasing was selected as the optimal for magnetic field reduction.
I see. I misread that. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
And I need the letters. Are we talking A, V as in Victor, C?
No, A, B, C as the beginning of the alphabet.
Thank you.
Okay. And are there any other questions from the bench about magnetic fields?
I don't believe there are.
Okay, so this is to provide some context about the questions I'm going to ask next. On Tuesday, we read into the record some questions by one of the interveners, Ms. Ruxton, and the panel on Tuesday thought that some of these questions would be more suitable for panel today to answer. So I'm going to repeat the questions that were highlighted on Tuesday that we could give the panel today a chance to answer. So if you're ready, I'm going to read the first question. The first question is, if a need for another power line from the same Carver substation to the Kingston subs, if there's a need for another power line from the same Carver substation to the Kingston substation, why can't the other unused side of the steel tower be used for the new line? And I recognize that we may have already answered this today, but if I could get the witnesses to say that or give a brief rebuttal, well, not rebuttal, like brief answer to that. Thank you.
Sure, I can give a brief response to that. As stated in the company's response to D.P.U. LU-20, the new line cannot be located on the open side of the line 116 structures because doing so would not address certain contingencies that the project is intended to resolve. We talked earlier, a double circuit tower, two lines on the same structures is considered a single contingency. This is because you can lose both lines due to flashover from lightning, failure of a single structure. So it counts as a single contingency and therefore would not meet the project need.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. I think that's good. The next question is, and this is introducing a new concept into the alternatives, but she asks, why can't a new Hendrix wire be used? This would only need one utility pole rather than the proposed construction of an H structure.
I believe I can answer that, Keith Jones. So the abutter asks if a line of Hendrix spacer cable can be installed as a 115 kV line as opposed to the company's proposed project of an open wire line. So spacer cable, specifically that made by Hendrix, Hendrix, which is a major manufacturer, is primarily designed for use on primary distribution systems of voltages up from 4 kV, 15 kV, 23 kV, up to 46,000 volts. The company does use a lot of this on its primary distribution systems, both existing and for new construction. Spacer cable is a fully jacketed or insulated cable connected together by spacers suspended from a messenger wire and attached to brackets on the pole line. The spacers and the jacketed cable results in a smaller profile than an open wire line that has conventional conductors on insulators and cross arms. Spacer cable is primarily installed in areas with heavy tree coverage or in areas where vegetation management is difficult to perform to improve reliability and reduce outage frequency due to incidental tree or animal contact. And we also install it in areas on streets or rights of way with very limited right of way width, because it allows you to run 2 feeders on one pole line. Spacer cable does cost more than conventional open wire distribution systems, typically 20% more than equivalent open wire construction or more. Spacer cable does weigh more than conventional open wire construction and requires more and larger poles typically. The jacket, which is polyethylene plastic, typically limits the ampacity or rating of spacer cable compared to open wire for the same wire size. That is, if you have the same wire size of open wire versus spacer, the spacer will have a lower rating because it's limited by the plastic jacket. The manufacturer Hendrix is experimenting with 115 kV Hendrix spacer cable. They have a test line up in Maine and are talking about making this commercially available, but it's experimental at this time. We're concerned that the tight spacing of the phase conductors for the 115 kV solution and the polyethylene jack and wire ties will limit the use of spacer cable to areas where the available fault duty, that is the short circuit amps, is 10,000 amps or less. And that is typically the case on areas of our distribution system where we do use Hendrix spacer cable. It cannot be installed in areas where the fault duty is over 10,000 amps. And here's why. Now the short circuit levels on the 115 kV system between Carver and Kingston are as high as 35,000 amps. So we simply could not use the spacer cable solution for the company's proposed project, which is the 147 line between Carver and Kingston. The concern about the available fault duty is the force between the conductors during a fault. For the spacer arrangement with the phase conductors so close, the 115 kV spacers are about 45 inches with the phase conductors apart. There's an online calculator which I use to estimate what the forces might be. For a 35,000 amp fault with the phase conductors 45 inches apart, the force between the conductors may be as high as 20,000 pounds. For 8 miles.
Mr.
Yes.
Jones, could you slow down a little bit? I'm not sure Mr. Arsenault's got a chance to complain.
Sure. I'm almost done anyway.
It's good, but yeah.
So for all these reasons, its experimental nature, its limitation for areas where the fault duty is 10,000 amps or less, we can dismiss this as an alternative for the company's project.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. That was very comprehensive. I'll have to read the transcript to get all of that. But I believe yesterday, Mr. Bodkins, not yesterday, Tuesday rather, Mr. Bodkins did say that he might think that there isn't a 115 version of this, but what I'm hearing is that there is one, but it's experimental. Is that what you said?
That's correct. Based upon the information provided by Mr. Bodkin, I reached out to Hendricks Wire and Cable Company and they provided a presentation on what they're developing for a 115 kV solution, and it's not quite commercially available yet.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. So
They're
here's
looking,
the last.
yeah, on that. They're seeking commercial participants for the development.
Okay. Okay. The final question from Ms. Ruxton, I'm going to have to put in that I assume this is referring to the whole project. Her question is this a capital improvement which could lead to a request for a rate increase?
So I can take that one. Kind of referring back to the company's response to D.P.U-C-1 first. In that response, we described our expectation that the costs of the project will be regionalized. So that means that the costs of this project would be recovered from all customers in New England over the course of many years, probably about four decades. The costs of the project will flow back to customers. All else being equal, there'd be a very small rate increase associated with the project. We calculated that the average residential customer would see approximately a 4/1000th of a cent per kilowatt hour impact. So on an annual basis, that would be approximately 36 cents per year. And that would be in the first year. Over time, that cost would decline as the asset depreciates.
Thank you, Mr. Burnham. I appreciate that. Just for a complete record, I seem to recall that all the alternatives are about in the same price range. So would all of those alternatives result in a similar rate increase or lack thereof?
Yes, I would say similar. I mean, the other alternatives are more expensive. So the numbers would be slightly higher, but certainly not dramatically different than what I just provided.
And I understand this might be out of the scope of this petition, but because as Ms. Leonard explained, it's not even a feasible project, but would using the existing empty structures, would that cost more or less than this project?
I'm not sure if we have. I'll look to my other witnesses to see if there's an answer on the record about the cost. But I think I think as we described a few minutes ago, there is not an alternative that would utilize the open position on the existing structures and still meet the needs in the project area. So that's really not something the company could pursue.
Yeah, I understood that. I think I was sort of asking figurative, like sort of a ballpark, whether it would be in a higher range or a lower range compared to the project. Just so in case that's what Ms. Ruxton's asking, if it's in comparison to nothing or if it's a comparison to a project that she thought was feasible.
I don't believe we've developed an estimate. I mean, we would only develop estimates for projects that meet the need and comply with the applicable reliability standards.
Okay, that's fair. I think that's fair to leave it at that. I'm through with all the questions for today. I guess there's cleanup for after that, or if anyone has any other questions with regards to any of this.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Anyone from the department have any further questions? Not hearing anyone, I'll ask Ms. Cuthin, do you have any redirect?
No, I do not.
All right, then we'll move, unless someone's thought of a question, we'll move off the questioning. We'll conclude the questioning portion of today's hearing. I'll ask for, well, I move that all the documents that have been marked on the exhibit list as for identification, and all documents that will be submitted as record requests, that all these documents be moved into evidence. Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, that motion is allowed. So all of the entire record now has been moved into evidence. Responses to record requests are due within 5 days of the request, 5 business days of the request. So and I realize there are about 21 record requests. So if you need more time, just file a motion. I don't think that should be a problem. The way we are scheduled now, the company's brief and the intervener's brief, if the interveners decide to file a brief, the initial briefs are due on April 9th of this year. If the intervener wants to file a reply brief, the reply brief would be due on April 23rd of this year. And then if the intervener files a reply brief, the company's reply brief, whether or not the intervener files a reply brief, the company's reply brief would be due on the 30th of April, 2021. So we have had cases where an intervener has not filed an initial brief but has filed a reply brief, or the intervener has filed an initial brief but not a reply brief. If that happens, the company still has the right to file a reply brief.
I would suggest that the briefs be keyed off of the responses to record requests, the final responses, that they would be due, the briefs would be due 3 weeks after the final record responses are submitted, so that there's time to incorporate those into the briefs.
That's fine, but I'd ask you to make a motion so we've got something on the record. The interveners are still interveners in this case, and they're not participating today. So I wouldn't anticipate any objection to that, but I would want to give, for due process purposes, I would want to give the interveners a chance to look at any motion. So if you want to get an extension, if the company wants an extension of time for record requests and at the same time an extension of time for filing the brief, I don't see where that would be a problem right now, but I would prefer that you file that as a written motion.
Certainly.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthin. I appreciate that. I'll conclude today's hearing unless anyone has something else to say, a question or concern. Hearing none, I thank you all for showing up today, and I thank all the witnesses for being so well prepared. It was it was a real pleasure. So thank you all, and good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.